Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
los vieron llegar. Mis hermanos emplumados serán los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta por temor a lo ignorado. Iban montados en bestias como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos. Pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
You know, there's a reason why I play that video. As you can see, it starts with two, you know, situations. So, you know, if you notice without really having to do it, I'm basically saying it. You know, in case some of you guys here, let me close some of these up real quick. And by the way, family, I am using I'm not in my original space, so forgive me if I sound a little awkward. Hey, man, good to have you here, bro. Let me just say what's up. Jeremias, buenos dias. What up, what up, what up? Man, it's been a while since I've seen you here, dude. Because, you know, I know you work a lot, bro. Don't even trick. What's up? European will never be American. Well, I mean, will never be indigenous, if anything. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Oh, by the way, let me remind y'all. So, you know, again, I'm a little bit limited on my tools. But I want to start here. I can't see, I'm not on my other computer, right? So I want to start here, though. And I think it's important for us to remember because, you know, Joe, you agree with this, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day when we were confused by the 12 chart, these so-called Judites like, yeah, mix like y'all, you know what I'm saying? That's why we look different. Shut up. But yet you see in Ezekiel 16, right? And it's talking about the judgment of Jerusalem for her exceeding sins. Now, Jerusalem is Judea, you know what I'm saying? So let's just keep it 100. And in this particular chapter, it talks about some things that both nations did. But you want to know something? The southern kingdom was more of a hoe than Samaria. It's going to hurt. And let me do it again. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is why this understanding, this repentance, this process, this Hebrewism, whatever the hell you want to call it, this seeds of Abraham, it's a little low. Let's see. Is that loud enough? Anyhow, that's all I can do, bro. I mean, I can't do nothing else. So turn up your phone, maybe that's what it is. And let me see. There is a Bible passage describing a Makwahuik. If someone knows it, please share. I've been looking for a piece. Bible passage describing what does that mean? Makuawi. What does it mean? And then maybe I'll know it. We got enough brothers here that are listening in so far. 5, the ones that are catching on. We studying, I believe, right? This is what I talked to. Who I talked to? Hold on a second, fam. Panyo, get over here now. See, I got this. My daughter has this cat, so I basically am in my daughter's room because my internet is where I'm at. It's not working. The air conditioning is hot. So I'm in her room right now, and I gotta watch a cat because the fucking cat tries to sneak out the door and shit. Tries to eat the fish that's outside, not the fish like that's in the aquarium. The fish that I cooked. You know what I mean? Oh, it's an Aztec sword. Okay, hold on a second. Before we get started. Let's look at the word sword. By the way, use this. This is a good tool to use to determine words. So here we can use a concordance as well. There's several. I like to use the verse. So then the word is sword. We start there. There it goes. And it sounds like this.
Strong's H 2719. Cherev.
So it's called
Cherev.
Now remember, keep in mind this is Yiddish though. You know what I mean? So we got to be mindful. The root word this is also this.
Strong's H 2717. Charev.
See?
Charev.
So
second entry.
Oh, hold on.
Charev.
Okay.
Charev.
So I don't know, but you know that's a good thing to consider because I'll look for it, man. I'll look for it. So let's go back. All right. So once again, both kingdoms effed up. Period. Stop. Like that's it. Stop trying to be above than anybody else. There's no such thing as that shit. There's no, just because I'm Judah, You know what I'm saying? I gotta be the leader. No, shut the F up, man. Because, well, I don't even have to say because, man. It's like the way that you guys corrupted the understanding just makes it very clear to me that you're not the people of this book. Now, Ezekiel 16 talked about this. Because thou hast not remembered the days of thy youth, but hast fretted me in all things. Behold, therefore, I also will recompense thy way upon thine head, say the Lord God, and thou shalt not commit this lewdness above all thine abominations. Verse 44. Behold, everyone that useth proverbs, you shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is the daughter. Oh, wrong button. Hey, come on. Hold on. I want to use that. Now, keep in mind that Jerusalem is considered a mother, okay? Or not just Jerusalem, like all Israel. Ephesians 4:26 talks about, I think Galatians 4:26 says that the mother above us, or the mother of us all, okay? So keep that in mind. Thou art thy mother's daughter that loaded her husband and her children, meaning you don't care, right? But again, remember, this is a parable. Do not read so much. Well, some people will, and they'll get lost. It's not about that. Keep this in mind. It's a parable, okay? It's talking about a nation of people and the relationship within the creator and the children. You understand me? Thou art thy mother's daughter that loaded her husband and her children. Thou art thy sisters of thy sisters, which loaded her husband and their children. Your mother was a Hittite and your father was an Amorite. Now, people, like every typical, Pan-African that claims he's a Hebrew, is going to run to that shit and be like, oh my God, you see that? No, it's a parable, man. It's a parable. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 12, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about, man. Everybody got a chance to get, repentance. Everyone, every nation. You guys just decided to F it up. Now, verse 45, thou art thy mother's daughter. Hold on a second. Verse 46, thine elder sister is Samaria. You see that? Thine elder sister is Samaria. Why is he saying that? You guys want to know why that it's being said? Because Samaria was the first one that fell. She was the first one that hauled out and shit, like completely went against the commandments of God. So she is the elder in this wickedness of, you know what I'm saying? She and her daughters that dwelt that thy left hand, that dwelt at thy left hand, and thy younger sister that dwelt on thy right hand, is Sodom and her daughters. Yet hast thou not walked after their ways, nor done after their abominations, but as if that were a little thing, thou wast corrupted more than they in all thy ways. Before you go on and believe some fucking doctrine about, Judah's black because we mix with Africans and that's all you mix with, and you still look like that, that's fucking stupid. You see what I mean? There's no reasoning behind that kind of thought process. Okay? Now, let me continue, and then I'm going to move on, because there's a point to this. As I live it, say the Lord God, Sodom thy sister has not done, she nor her daughters, as thou hast done, and thy daughters. You see this? You see this right here. Yet there's doctrines that make you guys believe that, well, you got to be submissive to certain people because, we didn't sin as much, huh? Really? What the hell? What kind of shit is that? We didn't sin as much. I mean, look at us. We didn't mix with the other nations as much. That's the doctrine. So let me remind you guys. Let me remind you of something important, because tomorrow, Lord willing, I'll be able to do this class on this topic. Deuteronomy 1. I'm not on Deuteronomy 1. Deuteronomy 4. So I figured, let me lead into it. And I think this is a great chapter to study and to look at and to read, because it's very simple and very plain. Okay? You have to understand Israel's history after the Exodus. If you guys don't even have any understanding of the scriptures, what I would say is stay away from Genesis. Not that you just never read it. Just don't read Genesis. Start from Exodus through Deuteronomy. And then read it again. From Exodus to Deuteronomy. as you keep going, the first time, don't take notes, just read. The second time, as you notice certain things, write some stuff down on each chapter that you're reading, okay? Because you're going to come back to that question. Don't answer it yourself. Just like keep that question in mind. Remember, this is a spiritual thing, spiritual walk. You have to understand exactly the spirit is talking. Remember, family, I've told y'all, it's the spirit, the mind, and the flesh that are at battle. So your spirit is technically what the white man says, subconscious. That's what they call it. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be mindful of this stuff. Go to the first one, jot some questions down, don't answer them, and read it again. I know that it may seem boring to you, but guess what? If this is your book and your history, it will not be boring to you. These are facts. That's it. Let's stop talking all this crap now. Like, oh my God, no, listen, man. You either have the spirit to read about their shit or you don't. And if this hurts your feelings, I'm glad it did. Because there's not one day where I'm not picking up the scripture and I'm going through it, man. I'm telling you what I've done. So, the third time, then you read it again and you may answer that question. And then you get to the next one and they answer that question. And then that question and that question. Now, that's the beginning of things. I would say, if you want to call it the milk, because the beginning is right there. Everything is right there in those 5, but exclude Genesis. I'm telling you, you don't want to read that because you'll think that you're trust and believe. That's not an easy book to understand. Okay, now, so let's go to Deuteronomy 1 to kind of get an idea. It's not a long chapter. I'll skip a couple things because it's kind of just getting us to the point, right? So I'll read some verses, get us ahead so we can understand. It says here, these be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side of Jordan in the wilderness and in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Param. Remember, Padam Aram, between Param. This is why it's important to understand what the history is, because a lot of people say Abraham was in Africa. Man, it has nothing to do with Africa. Shut up. This is not about Africa. Okay? If you believe in the Bible, then you would know that everything originated from, where? The Middle East, the Chaldees, that area, man. Come on, stop lying to y'all. Oh, what up, Julio? Good to have you here, bro. I know you're at work. Good to have you here, bro. That brother worked hard too, just like this guy right here. Like he's a young version of that guy that they work hard a lot and shit. You know what I'm saying? They work hard. Not that I don't work. Not that I don't work hard. I'm just saying they just, you know what I'm saying? They work hard. You know what I mean? I'll leave it at that. And they're not like, they're honest men, bro, doing what they need to do. Hey man, I really respect you guys, by the way. Let's continue. And Tophel and Laban and Hazeroth and Dizahab. Now that says there are 11 days journey from Harab by the way of the Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. So you see this? Mount Seir is southeast. So we're coming from, we're kind of going in a circle back from the beginning, from the bottom up. Okay? And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, and on the first day of the month, that Moses spake unto all the children of Israel, according to all that the Lord had given in the commandments unto them. Right? So we see this. Then it says, after he had slain Shihon, the king of Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, which dwelt in Ashtaroth. You see this here? Well, we know about this demon right here, right? Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, all of you guys used to worship this shit. And you probably still, actually, you still do, to be honest. So before you get confused about your mother was Hittite and your brother was Amorite, bro, shut up, man. It's a parable. It has nothing to do with bloodline. Then it says, and then on this side of Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, you see that? So when you look at, let's see, the map of Jerusalem, map of Israel, Old Testament, right? Let's check it out. So we see right here, go visit. Hopefully I can get a picture of it. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, you suck. Troop by the way. Let me see. Maybe this one. Remember, I'm using a different system. Give me a second, family. So I'm going to show you the map here. I'm looking for it. I think we got it. All right, so you see that right there? You see what I'm talking about? We come from this side, Mount Seir, Moab. You see this right here? From this direction, coming up. Okay? Coming up. So when you're reading this book, you have to understand also, like, you kind of have to get yourself in that mindset direction. Like, you got to compare these books with maps. You can't just read this shit and just like, no, you really have to understand what you're reading. So it comes from up this way, from this region. Okay? This region right here. And this is where Canaanites were. All these Philistines, all that right here, all that crap, all them nasty bastards. All right? So let's go back so we can, stay in the same lane here. Then it says, okay, so we get an idea right now, right? So we understand that we're going. Oh, no, by the way, let me share this because this is important. The Lord, verse 6, the Lord our God spake unto us in Horeb, saying, Ye have dwelt long enough in this mount. So in a small space, right? Turn you and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorites and unto all the places high thereunto, and in the plains, meaning the mountains, the plains, the hills, and in the vale, and in the south, and by the sea, by the seaside, to the land of Canaan. Remember, keep in mind, and I'm going to read it here because, I don't have access to my other material. You know what I'm saying? My eSword here. But let me read the Wisdom of Solomon 12. Because a lot of people want to say, well, that's Canaanite land. No, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. That's not Canaanite land. Wisdom of Solomon 12 in the Apocrypha says, For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things. Verse 1. Therefore, chasten it thou them by little and little that offend, and warneth them by the putting them in remembrance, wherein they have offended, that leaving their wickedness they may believe on thee, O Lord. Okay? Check out who he's talking about. For it was thy will to destroy by the hand of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land, whom thou hated for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices. Did we not read in the land of Ashtaroth? They were worshiping that demon, and they called that land Ashtaroth. And also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh, and the feast of blood, with their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands souls destitute for help. Meaning, to this day, you talk about abortion, destroying your children. Listen to that again. Or however you want to destroy your children. Who does that shit the most? With their priests out of the midst of the idolatrous crew, meaning doctors, and parents agreeing to kill with their own hands souls destitute of help, meaning babies. That the land which thou esteemest above all others might receive a worthy colony of God's children. So remember, that's Wisdom of Solomon. I don't want you to forget what I'm talking about. This is why in Deuteronomy 7:1 it says, and by the seaside to the land of the Canaanites. Remember, this land didn't belong to them. If you go to, matter of fact, let me find it. Jubilees, let me see. Jubilees 10. So we can get an understanding. Because I think a lot of times people forget. Okay. So now I'm going to show you this real quick. So we can connect dots and you don't get confused. And nobody tells us otherwise. As if they know more about you than they know more about themselves. You know what I'm saying? This is Jubilees chapter 10, verse 28. And it says here, and Ham and his sons went into the land which, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Yeah. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. Now, let me take you back here real quick. Map of the Middle East, okay? This is important here. So I'm going to show you this. For all of you guys that want to claim that you're Hebrews and shit, and then all of a sudden you want to say that everything came out of Africa, then you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. Because what it's specifically saying is Babylon was right here, okay? We're talking about right here. Babylon was right there. And at the Phaleg, there was a split. All nations split. So now we're seeing that here in Jubilees 10. I'm going to leave that map just so you can see. Jubilees 10:28. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in his land of the south. Just don't think too much of it. Let's just continue so you can get an idea. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance, meaning the south. You know what I'm saying? and he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. Remember, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. Now check this. And Ham and his fathers in Cush and Mizraim. So let me remind you about this real quick. This is Mizraim. Okay? This is Cush right here. Okay? So they're saying these African people, Hamites, right? We're talking about Cush and Mizraim. And they said to Canaan, hey, you don't belong here. Okay? So the journey was from east to west. Damn it, man. Stop saying you're Hebrew. Stop trying to claim the Bible, and you're trying to put this shit right here. It makes no sense. So now, let's continue with the thought process here, because look, listen, you got to understand why this land was called Canaan in the first place. And his fathers and mother, and Ham his father, and Cush and Mizraim his brother said unto him, thou hast settled in the land which is not thine, which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, thou and thy sons will fall by the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will your children fall and be rooted out forever. Now, if we go back to chapter, let's see, let me go over to Jubilees. I believe it's chapter 9 or chapter 8. There it goes. Chapter 9. Let me see if you guys can see it. No, you guys can't see it. So now we get an idea. Now I'm going to share this screen with you so you know what I'm talking about. This is Jubilees chapter 9, verse 1. And Ham divided amongst his sons. The first portion came forth for Cush towards the east. I have to go back so you guys can understand. So here is Cush right here. Okay? There's Cush right here, family. There's Cush right there. You can't deny it. You cannot deny it to this day. You cannot deny it ever. That Cush, those are Cushites, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. And for the sake of you knowing what I'm reading, I'm going to go back and be patient with this because I hate work. Okay, anyways, that's all good. So we read first the first verse, right? Then it says, and Ham divided amongst his sons. The first portion came for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him, Mizraim. To the west of Cush is Mizraim. Okay? Sorry, my bad. Here we go. To the west of Cush is Mizraim. Okay? Everybody knows that's Egypt. Even so-called black folks call that Egypt. They called it Cush too. Okay? So we're talking about Cush here, Mizraim here. Okay? It's interesting how they fucking know that shit. Like that, they accept that portion of that lot that God gave them, but they ignored what God gave them. So now let's go back. Then it says, and to the west of him Mizraim, and to the west of him Put. Unless you're an idiot, or you're just trying to fake the funk, or you just don't want honesty with yourself, everybody knows that Put was here. Everybody knows Put was here, family. Everybody knows that. So far we got Cush, Mizraim, and Put. Okay? North Africans. So far. Now let's continue and finish it. And to the west of him, and to the west thereof, on the sea for Canaan. That would mean here. Remember that dude on TikTok? Here. So here we go, family. It's like a curve. Okay? You have Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. It's not complicated. Cush, Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Canaan, Put, Mizraim, Cush. Cush, Mizraim, Put. I'm sorry. Cush, Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Come on. How complicated can this be? So now let's go back to what the point was. when we went into this land, which never belonged to him, and because of him, these people came. You see, when others see how selfish you are, and they're as selfish as you, they're just going to be part of your gang. Verse 8, Deuteronomy 1 and 8. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give to them and to their seeds after them. All you Christmas Christians need to just stop. Please stop. It says it here in the Old Testament. And Paul talks about it in the New Testament the entire time. And in your favorite chapter, Romans, he even says it himself right there. He chose this seed. But you know what? I guess we should assume that you think you are these people. Okay, so now, let's continue real quick, because I want to show you this, man. Here's what we see. I'll read this, verse 15. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads over you. Captains over 1,000, captains over 100, captains over 50s, captains over 10s, officers among your tribes. Why? Because he wanted to delegate his job, basically. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people. So most times, like, hey, you need to, break this up. Make sure that you get people jobs so then you don't get overwhelmed. Now, here's where you get interesting. Okay, there's a lot of people here, and family. We talked about this before, man. We a lot of us have mentioned it. A lot of us have actually had some conversations over the phone about it. It's like, how the hell can you say that you're these people, bro? And it's just like, you have a hard time even understanding exactly what you're reading here. Verse 26. I'll say it. Let's see. Listen, verse 22. And the saying pleased well. Let's go to verse 22. And ye came near unto me, everyone, and said, we will send men before us, and they shall search us out the land, and bring us word again by what we must go up, and into what cities we shall come. And the saying pleased well, and took 12 men of you, one of each tribe, right? And they turned and went up in the mountains, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and searched out, and they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, it is a good land which the Lord our God doth give us. Then he says, notwithstanding, ye would not go up, but rebelled against the commandments of the Lord your God. And ye murmured in your tents, and said, because the Lord had hated us, he had brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, Mizraim, to deliver us unto the hands of the Amorites, the Canaanites, to destroy us. Okay? Whither we should go up? Our brethren have discouraged us, our hearts, saying, these people is greater and taller than we are. All I hear from BHI is how great you guys are. You're the tallest, you're the fastest, you're basically giving up your identity. But at the same time, you want to walk around calling, like some kind of humility. It don't work like that. It says here that the people is greater and taller than we, and the cities are great and walled up to heaven. Who puts walls up? Who puts walls up to this day, and who supports that shit? You taught these people to put walls up. And moreover, we have seen the sons of Anakim there. Then I said unto you, dread not, neither be afraid of them. So once again, family, I just want to remind you, he didn't pick you because you were the greatest. No, because you were the fastest. No, because you were you can jump very high. You can, you can run a 4.3. He picked you because you were the weakest. Because there's nations greater than you. Your power is not your physicality. The only thing you have physically is endurance. I'll give you that. You can see it in Jacob. That's why we're good at boxing. But our power is our spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And I'm telling you this right now. I was very athletic. I'm not saying like, I'm not. I don't even have that spirit. I'm saying this to you because out of all the abilities I had, it didn't matter. I've gained more by knowing who I am now. So when you come in here and try to talk about this, and who are you guys, and what do you guys do? And what's this? What's this? What in the world is this? What, that we have white and black colonizers here in the Americas trying to tell us that you guys are the people of the Bible now? Seriously? I'm done with that shit, bro. I'm not gonna put up with none of that crap anymore. I mean, if you think about it, why should we? Why should we? You know, it's like, what the hell is ICE doing right now, man? Fuck ICE. You know what I'm saying? What are they doing right now? They're hurting our people. And who's supporting them? I'll show you. I'll show you right now. And you know what? And you know what? Hold on a second. I don't like, for some reason it popped this screen up. I need to change this. Another way. Give me a second, family. See if I can get on the screen here. Check this out. Let's be honest with this, man. Stop playing games, man. Look at this.
Pulled out by what appears to be a federal agent in Pasadena following ICE raids in the community. At around 6:30, one agent can be seen taking at least 2 people into custody at a bus stop outside this Winchell's Donut Shop. Pasadena NAACP President Brandon Lamar came as soon as he saw the video.
3 of the 6 people that they actually stopped were seniors, right? These are people with gray hair, right? These are individuals who are sitting at the bus stop, whether they're waiting for the bus or they're just relaxing.
Community members started taking photos of license plates on unmarked cars. Moment captured on multiple angles on Orange Grove Boulevard.
Leave our city!
This, while parts of Pasadena are still recovering from the Eaton fire.
The same people that ICE is targeting are the same people that is helping us to
seen taking at least 2 people into custody at a bus stop outside this Winchell's Donut Shop. Pasadena NAACP President Brandon Lamar came as soon as he saw the video.
3 of the 6 people that they actually stopped were seniors, right? These are people with gray hair.
I wanted to pause that right at that moment, and I'm not going to change the picture, but look at what happens here in Deuteronomy. The same chapter that I initially started with, right? Because that's a heavy book, family. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 50. It says, "And a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard a person of old, nor show favor to the young, which shall not regard the person of old," meaning the gray hair don't matter to them. You got to pay attention to these things. Let's go.
Right? These are individuals who are sitting at the bus stop, whether they're waiting for the bus or they're just relaxing.
Community members started taking photos of license plates on unmarked cars. Moment captured on multiple angles on Orange Grove Boulevard.
Leave our city!
This, while parts of Pasadena are still recovering from the Eaton fire.
The same people that ICE is targeting are the same people that is helping us to rebuild our community. It's the same people who lost their homes, who lost their jobs, who lost their livelihood because of this fire, right? And so this is just one tragedy on top of another tragedy that we have not recuperated from.
Hey, the interesting part is this. And again, I don't have access to all my tools, family, so you're going to have to, follow me here. This is from a book called The Columbian Exchange. Okay, I can't, what the hell? I never remove that sticker, huh? Can't read that. Well, it's called The Columbian Exchange. Hold on, let me go inside. The Columbian Exchange, Biological and Cultural Consequences of 1492. On page 40, and this goes for those silly dubs. I know you guys don't like my channel. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. It's okay. You talk a lot of game in other places and shit. You go to TikTok and all that stuff. You got to tell people like, oh, you know what I'm saying? But when I find stuff like you guys just don't want to show up. You got General Johanna showing up to my channel, like typing in some shit like, we're the home of the truth. But never did he say, come to my channel so it's one of my captains can debate you. No, they don't say that shit. Check this out. On page 40, it says, in 1558 and in 1560, smallpox arrived in Rio de la Plata and swept off thousands of Indians without touching a single Spaniard. Smallpox came to Brazil in 1562 and 1563 and carried off tens of thousands of Indians, but left the Portuguese unscathed. Now, I've showed you guys books before that, remember, the Portuguese were dark-skinned people because they were mixing with the Africans often. Okay, so remember and keep in mind that who the hell did smallpox happen to? When did it occur to anybody else but us? I mean, those are serious questions because, guess what? Carcasses were left behind because when you die of smallpox, no one's there to pick them up. Deuteronomy 28:27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt. When did that happen to other people here other than anyone else? And with the emeralds and with the scab and with the itch and whereof thou cannot be healed. Verse 26, and thy carcasses shall be meat unto all fowls of the air and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. Family, you should already have enough material to where you can debunk somebody telling you that that did not happen to us. Let me get to this real quick. Verse 48. And I'm going to keep reminding y'all, I don't care. It doesn't matter until you hear it, because they don't want to hear it, family. They don't want to hear it. You want to be the Hebrews? Well, come earn it. Page 48 says in the same book, God saw it fit to send the Indian smallpox. You understand what that means, family? God saw it fit to send the Indian smallpox, and there was a great pestilence in the city. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox. That's the book from the Columbian Exchange. Okay? These are no lies. Deuteronomy 28:27. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. That's exactly like viruelas, man. Smallpox. That's exactly what it is. Chickenpox, smallpox. It's the same disease, maybe a slightly different branch. It's the same concept. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox, and he infected the household of Sempoala, where he was quartered. And it spread from one Indian to another. And they, being so numerous and eating and sleeping together, quickly infected the whole country. The Mexicans had never seen smallpox before and did not have an European meager knowledge of how to deal with it. Before you claim to be somebody that you are, make sure that you know exactly who you are. Because I don't think you know who you are. The old soldier chronicler Bernal Diaz del Castillo called a negro a very black dose for Mexico, meaning a very bad dose for Mexico, for it was because of him. Listen to this. It was because of him that the whole country was stricken with a great many deaths. It's time that we really dissect our book and remind certain people what you guys are really, really about. Let me show you a series of videos. I hope we can get through them. It was my little compilation of the day. I figured, let me take you guys through. Let me see where I left off. Okay, I think I left off right. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go back real quick. Okay, no, it's right here. I think it's right here. Let me just check. Yeah. So I wanted to get those scriptures out the way. Well, not out the way. I wanted to, first of all, tackle those things, maybe more than anything. Let me show you something interesting right here. And people hate it. People hate it, bro. That's why you got TikTok talking shit all day and every day. They always like doing this stuff, man. Like, come on, bro. Everybody knows this shit. This won't be a place without us, because this is our place. It's always been our lands. Listen to this.
You're a Native American or a Mexican, you're an immigrant. Mark, we made this place.
Thank you so much. I know you've been...
Unless you're a Native American or a Mexican, you're an immigrant. Unless you're a Native American or a Mexican, you're an immigrant. Unless you're a Native American or a Mexican, you're an immigrant.
You understand that? Before you guys go off and say and, talk about, oh, shit. Now, hold on a second, family. I didn't mean to do this. Let me close this up. Stop it. Shit. Stop. Come on. Hold on. Let me close this up. Anyway. You understand that? Before you guys go off and say, talk about all shit. Hold on, family. Hold on. Let me close this up. What the hell, bro? Come on. Oh, come on, dude. Give me a second, family. System's acting up. This is crazy. It's never done this like this. It usually shuts off. Okay, I'll just get rid of it. There's another thing I need to correct. I didn't realize it. This is fucked up. The whole time it was sounding like that shit. My bad, fam. Y'all should have told me that my sound sounded like shit, man. What the hell, bro? Y'all gotta go watch my back, dude. ¿Qué les pasa, cabrones? Damn, bro. You guys let me down, dog. Y'all let me down, man. Should have told me that shit sounded muffled. That would have helped. That would have helped. Alrighty then. Whatever. Let me show this real quick. As a reminder, and that's not what I wanted. As a reminder, and I had said I wanted to give ourselves a reminder of certain things. Let me show you this real quick. Bear with me, man. I'm not in my normal place. You know what I'm saying? So just hang in there. Be patient. Let's go.
Chippewa. Wabono Quad. Kiwi Zens. Okundekun. Standing forward. Bitter Man. Iron Horn. Najau. Kibainake. Kishkitalwag.
Join us at Wild West Faces for more.
So this goes for you Wabos or West Africans that want to claim that you're from this side of town and shit, and or colombianos. What are you gonna do? You're gonna edit those pictures too? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna try to like, hey, yeah, hey, this is you, hey, this is you. Ha, wow, you're a little funky ass. You're a scared little bitch. Sorry to say this, family. You know what I mean? That guy is weak, man. That guy is so weak. He's the weakest person I've ever met. He don't even have the balls to at least step up to anybody or like this, like our gente, like none. And then all you idiots that follow him. And you want to alter some pictures and shit. Well, let me remind you exactly of what's going on here in society, because apparently, you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys must have forgot who the real Israelites are. Because the shit still happens to us no matter what. Because guess what? Now it's very clear. It ain't about you being legal or illegal, bro. You look like a Mexican or an indigenous, you're going to get stopped.
What are you doing?
23-year-old Elzon Lemus was in his work van with a coworker when they were pulled over by ICE agents in Westbury.
What's up, guys? Can I see your ID, please?
Lemus was born and raised in New York and was stunned.
I felt like my rights were just like out the window, and like it's like that. It felt like I didn't have anything. And what's this for?
What's that?
What's this for?
Driver's license. Because you look like somebody we're looking for.
Looking for?
Yeah.
Attorney Fred Brewington says this case is an example of profiling.
Unless there is an articulable basis upon which there is a reason to ask someone for their identification, which this officer did not provide upon a request, there's a concern there.
Let me see your ID, please.
What is this for, though?
All right, this is going to go one of two ways here. Okay. I need to see your ID. If you're not the guy I'm looking for, you're not the guy I'm looking for.
So who are you actually looking for? Because it's definitely not us.
Well, listen, if it's not you, then it's not your business who we're looking for, right? If I'm looking for you, do you want me broadcasting your business to everybody else in the world? No.
Lemus was taken out of the car, handcuffed for about 25 minutes while the ICE agents searched him. When they found his ID, they let him go.
They just left pretty upset because they couldn't take us.
We reached out to ICE for comment, but have
pretty upset because you want to know something, family? Look, listen, I've been in sales a long time. I don't really practice that no more. Well, yeah, actually I don't. I do other stuff. And one thing that sounded like was they were disappointed because they get commissioned for all the people they pick up. Fucking assholes, bro. You guys are really fucking wasteland. It's nasty. I hope you pay for this shit so severely. You're getting commissioned from this crap. Black and white folks, Asians too, and even our gente. But see, we know that 2/3 of our gente is gonna get. We know that already. But you motherfuckers, bro, you claim to be Christians. You Christmas Christian confused, and this is sad. Now, here's another point. This is to me, this is silly in two ways. I want to talk about Tartary and all kinds of shit, right? I mean, what do you think, man? Like, what do you think? We're not here? I don't understand what's wrong with these Edomites and Canaanites, bro. What is it? What is going on with you Khazars too? You guys really believe this Tartary bullshit? As if none of us were here. And then you bring up the Moors. Really? Oh, let's listen to this stint.
You go all around the world and smash up everything that other civilizations built, loot what they built, pillage, steal, even steal their ideas and their concepts and their philosophies. And then you sit on top of this mountain of stolen goods and declare yourself to be rich because of your own merit. And imagine telling this lie to your children, to your own children, to your grandchildren, generation after generation. How do you think that's going to go? You didn't invest in creating actual merit. You cheated, you lied, you stole, you brutalized. And then you tell your own people that everyone else in the world has nothing and you have everything because of how much better you are than everyone else. How long is that lie sustainable? I mean, these are people who actually have civilizations, who actually created and built and accomplished and didn't just pillage and plunder. And there's still those people today, even though you have oppressed them, there's still those same people. And you're still the way you are. I mean,
See what I'm saying, family? You see? So I knew at this moment right here that they were trying to insinuate some fucking blackity black shit. And of course, yeah, it is. Look. Shakespeare was a Jew, huh? You mean you Kabbalah practicing fucking baby sacrificing bastards and shit? Y'all were black too, huh? Well, you know what? I don't doubt it, man. Because again, that's Canaanite shit. So it's like for me, I'm not like, oh my God, no. I already know. And this is the buffoonery of this guy that talks. Cause I listened to him before, but I'm like, you a white man telling white people how white people are, and you make it seem as if you're not a white man yourself. Obviously, brown, black folks that don't understand the history, they always want to push this dude, right? The one that's talking. And look what he says next.
a good example actually is African Americans.
Hey, you see? There you go.
I don't know if you can think of a people who were more held back, more deprived, more sabotaged than African Americans.
Did you hear this bullshit? Did you fucking hear this bullshit? Oh, dear Jesus. Do I have to show the receipts? Do I got to go back and show you guys some fucking videos regarding like what the hell you guys had access to? I mean, is it going to be about that now? You know what I mean? Or are we just going to start ignoring the reality and the real shit that you guys are involved in? Who you guys really are? Who you guys have always been? You see, here's the reality, family. The white man cannot admit that the negro helped him because it makes him look weak. It completely disregards everything or makes void of all the history of superiority, right? And the black man can't admit that they were helping the white man in slavery because then it gets rid of all their shit that they taught, all the 1916, all that crap is null and void. You see what I'm saying?
Fuck
that puto! Fuck that puto! In this channel, we come with receipts. Matter of fact, I'm looking for the videos right now. Because last time I checked, yeah, I had like fucking access to, you know, a lot of Freemasonry, a lot of fucking real shit. You know, and I quite frankly, it's just unfair for people. I think it's unfair that you hide history from who you really are. So let's explore who you really are.
To provide an education to adults of color. He petitioned the state legislature to grant to all citizens of color the right to own real property and to vote in all elections. He also served as a special deputy to the English Grand Lodge and was armed with the charge to travel throughout the colonies to determine the number of subordinate Caucasian lodges still operating as such in the New World. The question of extending Masonry arose when Absalom Jones of Philadelphia appeared in Boston in 1791. He was an ordained Episcopal priest and a Freemason who was interested in establishing a Masonic lodge in Philadelphia. Black men from Providence, Rhode Island also traveled to Boston to inquire about Masonry. At a subsequent assembly in 1791, the African Grand Lodge was formed by delegations from Philadelphia, Providence, and New York. Prince Hull served as its first Grand Master and remained in this capacity until his death. African Lodge in Philadelphia and Hiram Lodge in Providence came under the aegis of this Grand Lodge in 1797. Prince Hull died December 4th, 1807. A broken column monument marks his gravesite in Copp's Hill Cemetery in Boston. At a General Assembly of the Craft in 1808, the name African Grand Lodge was changed to Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of Massachusetts. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge. During this most significant period of Masonic growth, Masonry spread throughout the colonies. Many lodges and Grand Lodges were formed under the authority of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. Today, there are over 1 million Prince Hall Freemasons in approximately 50,000 lodges in 44 jurisdictions throughout the United States. It takes 3 more lodges to form a Grand Lodge. Hannibal Lodge Grand
All right,
Lodge
hold
was
on, Sam.
changed to Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of Massachusetts. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge. During this most significant period of Masonic growth, Masonry spread throughout the colonies. Many lodges and Grand Lodges were formed under the authority of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. Today, there are over 1 million Prince Hall Freemasons in approximately 50,000 lodges in 44 jurisdictions throughout the United States. It takes 3 or more lodges to form a Grand Lodge. Hannibal Lodge number 1 of San Francisco, Philomathian Lodge number 2 of Sacramento, and Victoria Lodge number 3 of San Francisco are the 3 lodges that formed the Grand Lodge, free, ancient, and accepted Masons, organized in San Francisco, California, on Tuesday, June 18, 1855. Hence, the 9th Grand Lodge was formed. The fraternity now holds the distinguished title of Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of the state of California, Incorporated. Since its colonial birth, the organization has attracted to its ranks professional men in business.
We're gonna go through a few of them right now because you reminded me. So let's go through. You know, today is like that's what I'm saying. Look what I look like. You got to see this shit. Let's go.
Government, religion, and
All right, give me a second. Something happened to the video. Maybe I messed up. Wait.
to provide in lodges in 44 jurisdictions throughout the United States. It takes 3 or more lodges to form a Grand Lodge. Hannibal Lodge number 1 of San Francisco, Philomathian Lodge number 2 of Sacramento, and Victoria Lodge number 3 of San Francisco are the 3 lodges that formed the Grand Lodge, free, ancient, and accepted Masons, organized in San Francisco, California, on Tuesday, June 18, 1855. Hence, the 9th Grand Lodge was formed. The fraternity now holds the distinguished title of Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of the state of California, Incorporated. Since its colonial birth, the organization has attracted to its ranks professional men in business, government, religion, and community service, civic-minded men of good will and character who continue to provide the needed services for the betterment of mankind, thereby leaving a legacy by which Prince Hall Freemasons are best known. To be one, ask one.
To be one, ask one. Yeah, you know what's so funny? I get in a little bit of trouble and shit, and people disappear, man. But then they get skedaddled, y'all. If you guys don't have patience for this stuff, that means you guys are young. I like to talk to a lot of older folks, man, because you guys have the patience to listen to the stuff that's really important. Because the moment shit is not like, oh my God, I'm bored. I gotta watch something. I gotta go TikTok, bro. You guys are TikTok mindset. TikTok's fucking with your brain. Y'all need to stay the hell out of that shit. I mean, that's like, bro, I don't like TikTok, right? That's so, man, it's just like, it's all egotistical, bro. It's all about you. Everything, you scan through that shit and it's you, not you, but them. It's, how the hell can you handle that shit? But anyhow, you know what I'm saying? That's neither here nor there. We're gonna continue with the walk. We're gonna continue with the walk. Let me see if I can find more of these videos that we have here of this video. Because he did record a lot of stuff. And he did take out a lot of stuff
So let me download this real quick.
For the cameras.
Not that. Quiet.
For the cam-
Cállate, güey.
For the
Oh,
cameras.
here we go. Boom,
People
right
move
here.
their hands. They speak.
All right, let me download this one too.
Reza,
They were playing
People
checkers.
move their
Well, let me do this one too.
And this is the thing as well, bro.
This one too.
I know you.
Anyway,
This one too.
I mean,
I'm just gonna go through it real quick. Let me download them real quick.
anyway,
I'm not in my.
I mean,
Okay, fine. Hold on.
all right, so we're gonna get.
Okay, let's see, and then this one right here.
All right, so we're gonna.
Okay, so let me go to the downloads. Go here again. I'll do this. So this one.
Your whole life.
What shit? Hold on a second, family. I'm trying to do this.
All right, so we're gonna get final comment.
Downloads. Okay, here we go. So here, what we're gonna do is play this one real quick. Oh no, we already did this one. We do this one. Okay, here we go. So this is an interesting convo here. I want you guys to pay attention, and you determine what the fuck it means, dog. You know what I mean? What does it mean, dog? What are you saying, bro? What are you saying?
For the cameras, people.
Got a good point, and he had to learn the hard way. His own people kicked his ass out. As soon as they got offended, they all went against him. That's technically the way it went. That's exactly what happened. I mean, the sound was off. Yo, the sound was off. The sound was off, huh? The sound was off? Are you serious, bro? Let me see. Let me try it. Let me try one more time.
For the cameras, people move their hands. They speak with.
I see.
Other than the fact that you see some hand signs.
So this one, that's interesting. Oh, shut up. Let me see how I can do this. Nah, it wasn't on mute. It wasn't on mute, bro. That's the trip. Let me see if I could. Look, I'm gonna play it. Let me know if you can hear it, okay? Because from my end, you should be able to hear it. Share audio, share tab instead. Let's see. Oh man. Oh, it says to share audio, show tab instead. Okay, so look, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to use this shit over here. Man, this sucks. This is why I don't like doing this shit.
For the cameras, people.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see for the camera.
For the cam.
Hold on. Be quiet. All right. So.
For the cameras.
Let's see. Let me see something.
People move their hands. They
Can you hear? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let this. I think I know what's going on. I have to. Hold on. I think I know what's going on. Hold on.
speak with their hands.
Yeah. I know
So-
what's up. Okay, family. I know what's up. My bad. Okay, so I know what's going on. All right, so I know what's going on. I figured it out, yo. Okay, so what I cannot mute the screen from here. Okay, from what I get, I'm gonna mute myself from my other system, but I was muting from the screen. That's why you can't hear it. Hold on, let me try it.
Why would you go after these people with no evidence other than the fact that you see some hand signs?
All right, let's start with what you've just said. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. 1, 2. All right. So you said there's no evidences. Then you've also used the word that's quite inferring. You said go after. Now, my question is this: if this was me going after John Hagee, Israelite communities wouldn't say a word. If this was me going after Vo Cab Malone, Hebrew Israelite communities wouldn't say anything. If this was me going after the ridiculous 12 tribes chart,
Hey, Shalom, Vladimir. Hey, put yourself on mute so I don't have to do it. So when you want to say something,
anything. Now it just came to my attention by looking into things and researching things, because you said at the beginning of this whole conversation that, I don't know if it was a blandishment, or you said I'm known for doing excellent research, but glory to the Most High. Now, with that being said, I've looked into things and it scared the socks off me how complicit it is at the top of the pyramid, per se. Now, why am I saying all of this? As I said again, it knocked me for 6. How nobody knows each other, but everybody can do the same sign at the same time.
It's one of those. Listen, I'm using a Mac right now, bro. That's why I fucking hate what I'm doing right now. I really dislike this shit right here. It's really pissing me off because I'm trying to show you guys a channel
for the cameras.
See,
people move their hands.
But it doesn't play it when I see it here.
For the cameras, people.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I see what's going on. Oh, I see what's going on. Get out of here. Okay, I got what's going on. I get what's going on. Okay, family, let's continue. So you guys saw that? Let's move to the next one. Okay.
Raza.
This one.
Anyway,
let me download this shit here. Go there. You open it up. All right. So this guy, the reason why I recorded, and again, I wish I had a better. Well, I wish I had my computer system, but I can't. It's too hot in there. So here, this guy, apparently they had like this, I don't know, group going on. And he disappeared for a little bit, for like a couple months and shit. And then he came back and he started like bringing out some facts about who they are. And it was starting to bother them. It was starting to bother black folks because you guys have always been part of the Freemasonry. You've never really been in slavery like you said you were. Was there slavery? Fuck yeah, there's slavery. But you black folks were not enslaved like that. You created a theory, a narrative in order to fit the fucking bullshit stories that you're feeding everybody. You and the white folks are completely involved in this whole story because like I said it again, I've said it before, the white man don't want to admit that you guys helped them. Okay? Because it breaks their spirit. It's like, we're weak. Yeah, you guys are. And the black man don't want to admit that they were with the white man, enslaving people, because guess what? It destroys their narrative of 1619. Because, one thing they all sit by, we're still this way because, because of slavery. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? We've been in slavery too. What the hell do you think? Stop lying, man. Let's go. I don't want to play it now. Give me a second. You don't want to play it now. What sons of bitches? Whatever, dude. All right, let's play it.
For the camp.
Okay, here it goes. Maybe we can listen to it now.
Cameras, people move their hands. They speak with their hands. So why would you go after these people with no evidence other than the fact that you see some hand signs?
I think we saw.
All
I
right,
think we
let's
heard.
go
Oh,
with
wait,
what
wait.
you
I
just
think we.
said.
I think we
Can
heard
you
that
hear me,
one.
yeah?
I think we heard
Yeah,
that.
let's do
Sorry, fam. I'm trying to make sure I can gather my. Now that I know what I'm doing a little bit, a little bit more, I guess I could kind of work with it now. So give me a second, real quick. Let me find this over here. Let me see what this one says. Oh, this is interesting. Oh yeah, this one's interesting right here. Let me get this for y'all right now. This is the one that basically kind of opens the door for a lot of, a lot of other things. Check this out. Okay, so let me see if I can open it up more. Can't open it up. I guess that's how I recorded it. Okay, so let me see if I can do this. Now let's just play it.
All right, so we're gonna.
By the way, what he said, the mixed multitude is you motherfuckers that think that you're them. That's what he's saying, that you so-called Hispanics or natives, whatever the hell you want to call yourselves, that claim to the 12 tribe chart and shit, that bullshit. He's saying that you are the problem, the mixed multitude. This is why I said it in 2022. They're going to turn against you. It's just a matter of time. It shouldn't be muted, bro. I think
just not. And I'm second guessing what I'm saying now but I'm gonna say it again. Those guys grew up in the UK somewhere. They really, really don't understand what we're talking about. That's why the second brother came on.
Emily, she's gonna reveal some shit right now. I'm telling you right now. Hey, all will be revealed. This is the one that you were looking for. Video was muted. No, it's not muted, bro. What do you mean? Like I can hear it on my end. Hold on a second, man. You guys are. Come on, dog. Come on. It's not fucking. Bro, it wasn't muted, man. It's muted on your end. It's been playing right. You know what? From now on, I'm just gonna fucking do my shit. I'm getting confused by what you guys are saying. I'm trying to do this shit right. I'm not at my station. I'm asking you guys for favors, and you guys are confusing me. All right, so just forget it. Don't even tell me that it's not. I'm gonna follow my shit on my side. All right. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is what you were looking for. She actually admits it right here. This is important, family. Let's go.
All right, so we're gonna get final comments. We're gonna start with Sister Betty.
To me, was as brown as I am. But who caused the problems in the camp? Usually the mixed multitude, because they're not even Israel. And I'll land my plane there.
All right, so we're gonna get final comments.
He's not moving in love and kindness. He's just not. And I'm second guessing what I'm saying now but I'm gonna say it again. Those guys grew up in the UK somewhere. They really, really don't understand what we're talking about. That's why the second brother came on. He's still asking the same kind of TCA questions, moving in the same TCA type of manner. They didn't grow up here, so they did not even hear what I said. We grew up under different times than they did in the UK. They don't understand how you can get into a thing and really not know what the thing is that you're getting into until you get to be older and learn these things. Because we all throw up the peace sign, the okay sign. When my son hit threes in his game, he hold up 3 fingers and all that. You think my boy was thinking about, he's doing a Masonic sign all over the gymnasiums, all over the country? No, he didn't. He's just bragging about he made a 3. See, this stuff in that TCA and the other brother, they don't understand all of American culture. He feels like they feel like they can go and do a little top service research. Okay, we all know what the Divine Nine is. We all know that there's fraternities, all top service research. Okay, we all know what the Divine Nine is. Okay, we all know what the Divine Nine is. All know what the Divine Nine is. We all know that there's fraternities all over the country and out of the country that have brothers to pledge. My first husband, he pledged. My first husband, he pledged. My first husband, he pledged. Sigma Phi Beta. Yes, he did. But is he a Freemason? Did he stay in that? No, he did not. It was a thing to do, either to get girls or to get into the drinking club. It was not us pledging our allegiance to Satan. They don't understand that. So you're just going to run off what you don't understand without any real serious proof. Brother Tayu kept asking him, what else do you have besides a few clips of your son? He could not answer.
See, family, in case you guys don't know what the hell she's talking about, in case you have no idea what she's fucking saying, and maybe you guys are still young to like, what is she saying? 1619 is a lie. Okay? Slavery, the way that they explain it to us, is a fucking lie. Even in the 1800s, 1900s, she's talking about Freemasonry since 1776, which I showed you guys a video about. So exactly what's going on here? We've been told that the white man came, enslaved them, took this land, made us all civil, and then we find out, wait a minute, hold on a second, that's not the way things are. Why have you black folks been hiding this shit from us for a while? Here, I would like for you to come on board and maybe explain yourself. Freemasons, black colonizers, because from now on, I'm going to start calling you black colonizers just like white colonizers. And somebody tell Ricky Ricardo to get off that fucking black colonizer, wagon and shit. Because he's in love with a black woman. That's what it is, Bram. That's why the Ricky Rinkin. Oh, I'm indigenous. I care about my people. Yeah. But it's always about the white man. The guy never wants to bring facts about what exactly occurred. I'm not done. Let's see, what else do we have? Let me see, maybe this one.
All right, so we're gonna get final comments. We're gonna start with Sister Betty.
To me,
Oh no, it's the same one. Let's see what else. Who we got? Oh no, nah, you ain't coming on, RSK. You're not coming on. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You threatened me the other day. How the hell am I supposed to talk even saying to you and shit? You really, dude, you have the nerve to fucking be here. It's funny. And you're watching Secret and shit. That's funny shit. Hey, you want me to let him on, fam? What do you think? Should I let on RSK back? The man that said, man, I'm gonna kick your ass and shit when I see you. What do you think, family? Should I let him on or not?
Bruh.
I'll let him on if you guys tell me to let him on. If you guys tell me kick the trash out, I'll kick the trash out, bro. It's up to you guys. Because he's here to defend his Negro brother. That's what he's here for. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Ricky Ricardo hates white people with a passion, bro, for real. But he don't even realize that what the fuck these people did. Let him on, give him a chance. All right, fine. Let's see. All right, look, I'm gonna give you a chance because the brother said to give you a chance. Hold on a second. Go ahead, bro. What do you got to say, man? How you doing today, RSK? You still mad at me, bro?
Nope.
¿Ya estás calmado, way, or what?
Always.
Right, right. Like last time.
So you gonna answer?
Which one? What do you mean? What? What am I gonna answer?
About Jubilees in Jasher.
Well, I don't know what you're asking. Honestly, if there's two screens, look, I know there's two screens that I can watch. I'm only watching one because I only have one monitor.
So the Book of Jubilees.
Right.
The Book of Jubilees says that Esau was at Jacob's funeral, and the Book of Jasher says that Jacob killed Esau. So which one do you believe?
I don't subscribe to Jasher like that.
But you teach from both books.
No, I don't. I only brought out Jasher one time to make an expression of what Edom thinks like. That's it.
But they both contradict the Bible. So
nah, actually, Jubilees doesn't contradict the Bible at all.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Right there.
Where? Jasher's not part of the Bible. Wait, hold on a second. Do you agree to Jasher?
Fuck no.
But then why are you
I don't
saying
believe
that?
none of that shit.
Then
Those
why
are
you-
fucking bug outs.
Okay, so then again, so see.
But you teach from.
Oh wait, stop. We're not doing
But
this.
you teach from.
We're not do. Listen to me. You don't know them, so why do you even wonder? If you don't believe them, why the fuck is your question?
Because I believe the Bible and those two books say something totally different.
Ask me something about the Bible then. Don't ask me about Jasher or Jubilees if you don't believe them. Ask me something about the Bible.
I know about the Bible. That's why I'm asking you. Why are you teaching from these books?
So well, again, you never answer my question. Did you find out that GMS does teach that you were once black? Did you find out or not?
Of course.
So they do teach that. You found
They
out?
don't.
Yeah, they do.
Don't.
They also.
I've been listening for 8 years, dude. They don't teach that.
You don't see all their pictures of when the Messiah is going to return and how they're all blackity black. You don't see that shit.
We shall all be changed means
Right.
we will have indestructible bodies. He's going to take away our sickness and we won't ever die again. That's what it's talking about.
Unless GMS
Not that we're going to be black.
Unless JMS changed their idea, man, because that's GMS what they were teaching for a long time.
I wouldn't watch anybody who changed anything, first of all.
Well, I'm glad that you don't, but I don't think you know enough about them for you to really say what you're saying. I don't think
How
they
do you
taught you that.
How do you figure that?
Well, let me ask you: are you deep with GMS, or are you just kind of like friendship with them?
I don't know anybody from there, but I did learn from them.
Okay, so then listen to me, RSK. Okay, listen to me for a
You
second.
learn from somebody who's afraid to teach you the name of the Lord, first of all. That should be your foundation, but it's not.
RSK, are you gonna shut the fuck up for a moment or not? Just for a moment, okay? Just for a moment. Just hear me out.
Go.
Hear me out. In Sakari, in IUIC, in GMS, in ISUPK, right? They have what they call, regular people, soldiers, captains, and what I'm saying, officers and all that shit. And if you know if you were at one point even knowledgeable about this, you would understand what I'm saying, okay? So now, that also comes with understanding, which means that every level you get to, they're going to show you some new shit, something that you didn't really know when you first came in. So that's why I was asking you, are you really involved with GMS? And you're like, no. Okay, well,
I'm gonna tell you that's a lie.
I'm not fucking done. I'm not done. Okay, I'm not done. So this is why you have this ideology, because you don't study with them. You watch them. You watch the video. I'm assuming, bro, because you say you're not in their school. So that means you watch videos and you follow what they kind of talk about. But
I'm not in a camp, no, but I did go through the school. Yes.
Okay. But pause right there, bro. So
Yep.
you were with GMS.
GMS 8 years ago, they have a thing called GMS in class, and it's a whole fucking class about the Bible, right? And they don't teach anything like how IUIC teaches, like don't listen to these people. Here's the fucking precept package. No, GMS is the only fucking camp out there that tells you don't take our word for it. Do your own research. Make sure we're telling you the truth.
Exactly what I fucking say in my channel every single time. I say that shit all the time. I always say to everybody in this channel, because maybe you don't listen, I say, I don't have 100% truth because everybody here doesn't know. We're all seeing part. We see blurry. We're still trying to figure this shit out. That's
But
why
the scriptures say that he
But I say, confirm. We're talking about what you're talking about. I always tell my gente, confirm what I'm showing you. Confirm. Study what I'm sharing with you. So then if it resonates with your spirit, then it resonates. If it
That's
doesn't,
why I'm here, because what you were teaching, it contradicts the Bible and they contradict each other.
So let me ask you a
So,
question.
you know what I'm saying? And the scriptures say a little leaven the whole lump. So if that's what you're basing anything on in your teaching, you got to throw that shit out.
RSK, you said you're a Native American, right? From up north.
Got that right. Yep.
What the fuck do you know about Mexico, puto? What do you know about our people down there? What do you know about us?
I know that you're not in Babylon the Great and you're not in captivity, so it has nothing to do with you.
Hey, you
Salvation isn't coming to Mexico. It's coming to America.
You see what I'm saying? You don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
Salvation is coming to the great whore who will be destroyed.
My question, what do you know about us Mexicas down south?
How do you know you're Meshiacha, first of all?
How the fuck do you know you're Native American?
I'm right here on my res, motherfucker.
Man, you're a white boy, been fucking your wife for a long time, or your mom, or your grandma. How do you know you're not white, homie? Stop that shit, man.
Do I look white?
Bro,
I'm dark as a motherfucker.
Listen, there's black people that are white, bro. Bob Marley is white.
Oh, here you go with that shit.
Marley's white. Bob Marley's white.
You're probably white. Your DNA goes back to the Levant. You said.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an Israelite. I said I'm a
Hebrew. But how do you know that if the Israelites are in exile?
What a joke.
The Israelites are in exile. So who did they fucking match your DNA to?
So listen. So basically, what you're just saying is that us Mexicans are not Hebrews. Is what you're saying.
I did not say that at all.
You fucking said it.
You're putting words into somebody's mouth like you always do.
Okay, fine. I asked you, what do you know about us? What do you know? Tell me about my history down there. Tell me.
You can't tell you about anything because
shut the fuck up. Okay, because you just told me that I'm not Mexican. Okay, so I'm not. Don't tell me about that I'm not Mexican. You tell my gente that
all Mexican.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I need you to be quiet.
Not Meshiacha.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet, please. So I'm gonna let you speak. So it's not about me. It's not about me, okay? Let's say I am white. Let's say I'm fucking white like you want me to be white. Fine.
I believe that. It's true.
That's okay. Tell us about Mexicans. Tell us about who we are. Tell us.
First of all, you don't know if you're Mexica. You could be anything. You could be from Tlaxcalteca. You could be from wherever.
Hey, listen, it's not about me. Teach us something. Tell us that we're not Hebrews then. Tell us that we're not.
Oh, you're definitely Hebrews, and Mexicans are definitely Israelites, but you're not all Mexica.
Which ones?
You're not all Aztec.
Wait, who you just said Mexicans are Issachars?
They are.
So then what? That makes no sense, bro. What the fuck?
Why does it make no sense?
Did you just hear what you said?
If you
hold on,
what did I say? I said yes. Mexicans are Hebrews. Yes, not all of them. Not all of them.
Listen, there's a mix of tribes and all this and that, and then now you just said they're all Mexicans are Issachar. How do you figure that? And where does Mexico start? Okay, in what year? In 1848? Or in 1700? Or in 1492? When do the Mexicans begin? What year? When can you find Issachar? What year?
You can find Issachar all the way back to the Holy Land.
No, you're not listening, man. You're being dumb. You're being dumb right now.
That's not being dumb. That's the truth.
No, you're being dumb because you said Mexicans are Issachar. So then when Mexico has a carve of their land, are you saying that Issachar began in 1848 when the white man took the rest of that land?
Nope. Issachar goes all the way back, and they came over here in the 700s.
Right. Oh, dear Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck, man. You're not listening.
That's what the scriptures say.
You're not listening to my question. This is common sense question shit. You just said that Mexicans are Issachar, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then remember, because Mexico was not just here, it was in California, Nevada, Texas, Arizona.
That's right. That's right. That's
so then
right.
When did Mexicans become Issachar?
Well, Mexico, you could say it did, but those are still boundaries put up by white men, by the Spaniards.
What do you mean? So you're putting the boundaries the same way as the white man is doing it, because now you're limiting the country. Hold on, Mexico was further up north. What are you talking about?
So, according to the scriptures, Issachar.
What part of America are you from? North America. What part of North America are you from?
I'm from Reno, Nevada.
So that you're a Mexican, dumbass.
I'm not a Mexican.
You're a fucking Mexican.
I'm not a Mexican.
You're not a Native American. You're a Mexican. In 1848, that's when they took the rest of that land.
I'm not a Mexican.
That's so funny. You don't even know who you are, and you're trying to tell me who I am.
I'm not a Mexican. We don't fit.
You're
My tribe.
You're a fucking frijolero like us.
My tribe does not fit the.
See what I'm saying? This is
okay.
What
So
hate.
In Genesis 49.
No, you hate yourself. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do you a favor, bro. I'm gonna keep you quiet because a brother sent me this video, and I think you need to watch it. You need to watch this fucking video because now I realize how fucking hateful our own people are about themselves. Bro, you don't even realize who the fuck you are. Where's that video? Oh, man. I think the brother Chris sent it to me. Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I got you, bro. I got you, Chris. You sent that shit to me, bro. That shit is fire. That's right. Here it goes right here. I cannot believe that you didn't even know that you're a fucking beaner, bro. That's how I know you hate yourself. Now I know you hate our gente, homie. Now I know this for a fact. Let me see if I can get this. Okay, here it goes right here. Here it goes right here. Oh, not that one. Hold on a second real quick. Here it goes. All right, so let me close this up. I hope you're still here, bro. I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here because I want you to see this. Okay? I need you guys to see this shit because he says that, oh, well, you know, Issachar is, you know, is Mexican shit. And I'm like, bro, you know, what part of the year, right? What part of the year are Mexicans Issachar? And he couldn't tell me. So now you can mute yourself or I'm gonna play a video. So I don't want the echo to be there. All right. So I don't know if you want to mute yourself. So check this out, fam.
I don't. I want to talk, but you want to.
Okay, be quiet then. You see, you don't understand what I'm trying to do. Che pendejo, güey. You are definitely a Mexican. Hold on a second. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this video up, bro. Come on, bro. Play it. There it goes right here. There it goes right there. There it goes right there. Okay, listen to this. I need you to listen to this, my familia. Because this is what I'm saying, bro. This is a Mexican that hates himself and calls himself a Native American and shit. And then he comes over here and tells us and shit who the fuck Issachar is. And he thinks he's Gad. Shut the fuck up, bro. Let's go.
Sí, Chihuahua fue Apache, ¿verdad? Hay algunos autores que dicen que son mexicanos, otros que no, que son de Estados Unidos. La nación Apache, porque estaba conformada por varias tribus, no tenían nación, no tenían un lugar específico. Se movían para allá y para acá, por donde, con esa libertad absoluta y total. Cada tribu tenía su territorio.
El saber de dónde vienen nuestras familias, el saber que somos de aquí y que de los que venimos nunca se fueron, nunca dejaron estas tierras, que seguimos aquí, que ellos adoptaron la forma de vida y siguieron adelante.
La nación Apache en nuestro territorio en Chihuahua está más viva que nunca.
Hay una gran polémica que los apaches son mexicanos, que los apaches son norteamericanos, que los apaches a partir del Tratado Guadalupe Hidalgo del 2 de febrero de 1848 se corta la apachería y se queda...
What he's saying?
That the Apaches are Mexicans?
No, that they went up and down. They went up and down.
Apaches are Mexican killers.
So now they're not Hebrews? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're Hebrews, all right, but they're Mexican killers.
Okay. So basically,
we're all Hebrews, yes. We're all Hebrews, yes. We are definitely Hebrews, yes.
Here's the sad part. Hold on, no, stop. Here's the sad part about you, bro. Here's what I don't understand.
There ain't no sad part about me.
It is because you don't realize you're a Mexican. You're from Nevada. You know what I'm saying? Like that land was already part of Mexico, cabron. That was part of Mexico. And the white man drew a line. No, the white man drew a line. And then now you try to tell people, oh, after that line, those are Issachar. But us up north, you must.
Okay, I'm gonna give you. I'll give you this. I'll give you this.
Who are you?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
What tribe are you from? What tribe are you from?
Listen to me. I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Listen.
Okay, fine.
I'll give you this. We are considered a part of the Aztec family. Yes. But.
So then how can you call yourself not Issachar?
But my tribe doesn't fit the prophecies of Issachar. Mexicans do. Aztecs do.
What part of break it to us down what you think Mexican is?
I've tried, but you just talk over me and you don't fucking listen because you have a hatred for the fucking 12 tribes chart. It's through the spirit.
Because everybody here has heard the bullshit of your fucking doctrine. And your
read Genesis 49:1. Read it.
We don't want to regurgitate no Canaanite bullshit here, okay? You don't know nothing about yourself. You don't know nothing about us because you said it yourself. Well, I'll give you that. Yeah. Well, they do say what kind of Aztecs, but you came in saying I'm a Native American. Never did you say I'm raza like you before 1848. No. You decided when that fucking line came. And after 1848, the rest of you motherfuckers are down there. Now you guys are Issachar. But you know, guess what? I'm a Native American based on the 12 tribe chart. What are you, Gad? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're?
No. If when it comes down to it, I would be considered Issachar. You're right. But
what do they?
My people have been up here for hundreds of years, even before first contact with Spaniards, with Americans, any of that. So why would I consider myself a Mexican?
Every indigenous tribe has been here before the contact of the Spaniards. What are you talking about?
I know that. Hold on,
you just said that hundreds of years ago. You had
So
context. Like,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this calmly. Let me ask you this calmly.
I'll answer calmly.
Why do you not go into the prophecies that Jacob set forth for his sons in Genesis 49 in the end times? Those prophecies are put there so that when we did wake up, we would know who we are.
Okay, who's Issachar? Give us a description of Issachar. What is Issachar?
Issachar are the men who had understanding of the times like the Aztecs did.
Which one? Okay, what is it?
Right?
What is it?
Genesis 49 and probably
What is the understanding of the time?
The calendar,
Bullshit.
the observation,
Bullshit.
the celestial stars, all of that shit.
Bullshit. So let me ask you, why was
prove that it's bullshit?
Why was Issachar next to Judah in the encampments when the tabernacles were set up? Why was Issachar next to Judah and no one else? Why wasn't Benjamin and Levi next to Judah?
What do you mean?
You see, this is something you don't know.
Well, explain.
No,
Explain.
no, I'm not going to explain because
you tell me.
Here's why. Here's why. If you really want to learn, then you would sit back and listen. You know what I'm saying?
But you don't fucking break nothing down. You fucking cry about black people all day. That's all you fucking do.
See?
Like a little bit.
There we go. So here we go. Are we back to the insults again?
That's all you do.
Expressing your shit.
That's why my problem with you is you don't fucking teach the Bible. You teach fucking hate and crybaby bullshit.
You're a Mexican beaner that claims to be a Native American, which fucking sucks about you, bro. That's much worse than this. But that's much worse than anything.
Well, you're a fucking white man that fucking thinks he's a Mexican, but you're really not because your DNA takes you back to the Levant.
If I'm a white man, then let the Most High destroy my shit. But
you're going to be destroyed.
You know what he hates? Is ignorant dumbasses that claim to know something that don't.
You're using Esau's fucking stupid ass DNA to prove that you're somebody you're not, because
Mexican
the Israelites are not in the Levant right now. They're in exile, so you can't match that DNA to anybody to prove you're anything.
It's good. Hey, listen, are you happy now that you express the last limit of whatever?
I am. I appreciate you letting me talk.
I appreciate.
I got it off of my chest,
bro. I appreciate the fact you found out you're Mexican and you've been selling out of your own.
I didn't find out I'm Mexican. I know my history.
Homie, you're a Native American coming into this fucking platform. Now you found out you're Mexican. What the fuck, bro?
I didn't just find out shit. I know who the fuck I am.
You never admitted it? You never admitted it then. This is the first time you admitted that you were Mexican.
I'm not Mexican.
You're Mexican.
I'm not Mexican.
You're a fucking beaner like us, man. Stop lying,
bro. Fucking shit.
Go put your feathers in shit. Maybe it makes you feel better. And then go tell the black man to help you out and marry your daughters and shit. Go ahead, bro. Give them up. I don't care. It's your life, not mine. Go for it. Let Canaan handle your shit. Are you done now?
You can't prove that they're Canaan if you.
You can't prove that they're Canaan. We prove it every fucking day here. What are you talking about? You see, family. Hey, listen. Hey, I'll be real. You told me you guys said let him in. I said I'll let him in, but he didn't change, bro. He just does not change. These people have a sad conduct of themselves. It's a sad situation and shit. Let me go to what was I 11 on right here. Hold on a second. I had the video. Oh, here goes this one. Okay, hold on. The brother sent me this video real quick. I think this is good. This is good right here. So let me remind motherfuckers and shit. Because you want to know something, man? A lot of you guys always want to talk all this shit like you guys are Hebrews. You guys can't even prove this. Hey, matter of fact, you guys that even in the north can't even prove this shit. Yeah, RSK, you guys don't eat grasshoppers to this day, bro. I mean, if you want to be like that, you guys don't eat grasshoppers. I mean, as far as I know, when have you? When have you guys eaten grasshoppers? Maybe that's the question. Maybe the $5 concept is true. You projecting this anger upon me and shit like, nah, you the white man. Bro, you just found out that, whatever. Hey, check this out, fam. It goes back to the history of who we are. Listen to this.
Comida corrida, casera, estilo guerrero.
¿Y los platos que se venden más aquí?
Carne asada, chilaquiles, milanesa, caldo tlalpeño.
This is us making it back to his tattoo shop, walking back through the mercado. Again, man, it's
Let me fix that real quick. Hold on. I had the second video up. Okay, here it goes. I want you to pay attention to the this part right here. Chapulines. Chapulines, hermanos.
Comida corrida, casera, estilo guerrero.
¿Y los platos que se venden más aquí?
Carne asada, chilaquiles, milanesa, caldo tlalpeño.
This is us making it back to his tattoo shop, walking back through the mercado. Again, man, I'm just so surprised that people talk shit about TJ, bro. Look how clean it looks. Like, they got the crickets and everything out there, all the food, spotless. You can tell the people out there, all the food, spotless. How clean it looks. Like, they got the crickets, they got the crickets, they got the crickets, and they got the crickets and everything.
They got the crickets and everything, man. So RSK, hey, RSK, I know you're still mad at me, bro, and I know you like to lick the booty sack of those people and shit. When the fuck did they ever eat grasshoppers, bro? When did they eat grasshoppers in Africa? When did they eat grasshoppers in 1492 or 1619 or all throughout their time? When the fuck have they had that diet? Never. Ever. So you can come in with your Hamitic concepts and shit. Thank you for bringing that up. Deuteronomy 26:5, Aramean. Matter of fact, let me get it real quick. Deuteronomy, here, I'll just read it. 26. Deuteronomy 26:5 says this, and thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there a few and became there a great nation, great, mighty, and populous. That's Abraham, by the way. Abraham is not from Africa. That's something that Trope Chart shit fucking told you guys. Made you believe some dumbass shit. Like, now, bro, you need to really ask these questions, bro. And matter of fact, you know what the sad part is, fam? He didn't even realize that he was Mexican. That's why I was like, well, okay, so when do you think Issachar became Issachar? In 1848? That's why he got stuck on that thought. So I had to ask him, where are you from? Nevada? You're a fucking beaner, bro. But the white man made you feel like you're a Native American, which now you feel like you have the upper hand, and then you want to say that, like in the way you said that we're not Israel. You try to say that shit. It's a sad day in the hood, homie. It's a sad day. No, I'm not letting you back on. You're out of your fucking mind, bro. This guy's really serious. You know what it is, family? He wants to walk away with a good feeling. He wants to feel good, bro. You're just a very emotional person. Hey, look, for all you guys that, by the way, want to claim that Mexicans ain't everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Just like RSK, Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me get this over here. He's stupid. He's stupid. Es un pendejo, güey. Fucking paisa trying to tell us who the fuck we are. That's even worse. And you don't even know who you are. You're not a Native American. You're a pinche frijolero, güey. Pinche pendejo, cabrón. That's why you can't handle our bro. You're not used to that shit. Hey, look. Somebody tried to tell me that Mexicans ain't everywhere, right? Okay, check it out. He looks Mexican, right?
I work with the U.S. military back in my home country. Okay. I have all the documents. I was interpreter. I work with the U.S. military.
An Afghan national, whose lawyer asked NBC7 not to use his name, calmly tells ICE agents he aided the U.S. military in Afghanistan as he's detained after showing up for his hearing.
And he believes that if he returns, he'll be detained, probably tortured, and possibly even killed.
His attorney, Brian McGoldrick, tells NBC7 his client has ample documentation verifying he worked with the military, providing vehicles and serving as a translator, but that he wasn't able to make it out during the U.S. withdrawal. McGoldrick says the man feared for his life under Taliban rule.
Well, while he was in Afghanistan...
Well, I mean, they're not going to show his face no more, but the dude looks Mexican. You know what I mean? He looks like RSK and shit. RSK is mad at himself, bro. You don't realize who he is. It's like, look, RSK, look, check it. I'm going to show you some shit. So maybe you can fucking wake up one day and stop licking the balls sack of strangers. You need to start protecting your own people, bro. You show so much love to someone else and you don't even know who you fucking are.
Bruh.
That's gonna hurt. So here you are right here. Hey, look, check it. It's like if they would have pulled your ass over. Yeah, you look like a fucking Mexican, like a beaner. But nah, I'm a Native American. I'm different. Well, guess what? You're in Nevada, Arizona. You were once a fucking Mexican. And you want to keep believing that 12-tribe chart?
We're first ones. We're Native American. We're the first ones.
You're beaners.
Oh, perfect. Perfect, huh? What are you? What are you? Are you an American citizen? No, you're not. You're not a firstborn. You're not from this land. And neither are you. Not from this fucking land. Got you on live. Go to the border. And your skin is brown as ours, fucker.
That's RSK, by the way.
We didn't cross the border crossed us. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, remember that 1848? So then when did Mexico
fucking
start
three of
becoming
you?
Mexicans?
Three of you fuckers. Fucking my son died and this is what you do?
Yeah, because you're a beaner. You're a big one. What do you think? Because you're like a Native American? Because you're a Native American, they're going to respect you. See, this is the problem with you people, bro. This is the problem with you, RSK. You fucking dumbass. Damn, bro. You need to really learn your history, who you are, what you're saying, and what you're believing. So before you go and say, next time, you know, ask a question and say, hey, listen, so Issachar will be, you know, Mexicans after 1848. And then after that, I'm not letting you on, RSK. You're desperate. I can tell that your spirit is moving and you're looking for some satisfaction. I know how to understand a little bit of your wickedness. I'm not going to give you the pleasure of feeding your lust because that's not what we do. We don't feed lust here. Let me see what we got here real quick. Here we go. Thank you, brother, for sending me that real quick. This is a powerful video that you sent me. Thank you so much. And I want to express this with y'all because I think it's beautiful. Check this out. I think it's great. And I'm going to show you exactly. And listen, this is biblical. This is totally biblical right here. It's incense, prayer, meditation, and then what do you call it? Sauna. Okay, so check it out. Check it out. This is how we used to cure people. Spiritual concepts are only understood by spiritual people.
Antes de vacunas, en las antiguas culturas de México, sanar era un ritual. Los mexicas creían que la enfermedad no solo era del cuerpo, sino del espíritu. Un mal aire, una culpa, una energía rota, y el remedio no era una pastilla. Era copal, ayuno, rezos y temazcal. Los mayas curaban con plantas sagradas, masajes y baños de vapor. Los zapotecas usaban hongos, obsidiana y palabras secretas que solo los curanderos conocían. No había bisturí, solo sabiduría ancestral y contacto con lo divino. ¿Te imaginas sanar con el poder de la tierra, el fuego y el alma? Así se curaba en el México antiguo, donde el cuerpo y el espíritu eran uno solo. Antes de hospitales.
Understand what that means? So el copal is incense. Okay? Copal is incense. And temazcal is like a, here, I'll show you. It's a type of sweat lodge, which originated with indigenous people in Mesoamerica. So basically a sauna. You know what I'm saying? A sauna. We have every single example of who we are. But you guys want to make us someone else. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys, man? Why do you want to give up your treasure without knowing who you are? You come to my channel, I'm a Native American, you're a hardcore, and then I'm like, well, I mean, when the imaginary line was created, you were a Mexican, dumbass. And now he wants to jump back in and try to fucking like, I don't know, let go of his anger and shit. You got anger problems, RSK. You really need to repent, bro. You really need to work on that shit. You got a lot of anger problems, bro. Like, you're really angry, man. Whatever, if you have kids, I pray that you fucking don't express that kind of shit to them. Or your wife. Because you are really angry. Let's listen to this.
Mexican Americans were considered to be taking jobs and using public resources that should go towards white Americans during the Great Depression. So the police rounded up anyone who looked Mexican, put them on trains, and sent them to Mexico. This is not an exaggeration. There was no legal due process involved, and these were American-born citizens with full documentation. But under President Hoover's American Jobs Program, which sponsored this deportation, they clearly weren't real Americans. Companies like Ford laid off thousands of Mexican Americans, and hospitals would rip Mexican American patients out of their hospital beds and deport them from the country. Even after the Great Depression ended, what's absurd is I feel like this was a significant tragic event in US history. But I was never taught this in US history. It is said that during the Mexican repatriation program, which ran from 1929 to 1936, the US forcibly removed an estimated 2 million people of Mexican heritage from the United States. Mexican Americans were considered to be taking jobs and using public resources that should go towards white Americans during the Great Depression. So the police rounded up anyone who looked Mexican, put them on trains, and sent them to Mexico. This is not an exaggeration. There was no legal due process involved, and these were American-born citizens with full documentation. But under President Hoover's American
That's still happening to certain people. And it ain't happening to everybody. So I don't know why you are so adamant about trying to include other people in the bullshit. Before you go and tell others who they are, you need to find out, first of all, who you are. You didn't even know who you were. It's a sad day in the hood, bro, when you can't even know who you are and try to tell people what the fuck they should be doing. It's a sad day.
The Colorado state banner and raise the Mexican flag.
With our hearts in our hands and our hands in the soil, we declare the independence of our mestizo nation.
To outsiders, it looked like Chicanos were turning their back on America. To Chicanos, it meant they were here to stay.
It meant we were home. It meant this was our historic land. It meant this is where we were from. It meant we weren't foreigners. It meant we weren't wetbacks. It meant we weren't illegal aliens. It meant we were in our ancestral land.
We had been educated under mythology.
As you can see, some of these things are forgotten about. Let me show you something real quick, man. Like, a lot of you guys think, like, matter of fact, look. So before you go off and try to say some shit about our people, bro, you guys need to really reflect on who you guys are. Seriously.
They lowered the Colorado state banner.
That's not what I wanted, bro. That's not what I wanted, bro. Hold on a second, family. This right here. Because, you know, a lot of people make a big-ass deal about, you Mexicans, you Hispanics voted for Trump and blah, blah, blah. And this is why I really, bro, it's like, it's so sad, man. It's so sad RSK thinks that I'm just over here wasting time about negros. Bro, I teach about everything. I attack Khazars, their brothers, them, You know what I mean? What you guys do is you just focus on the white man. Because what's your obsession of the white man, bro? Seriously. That's all BHI teaches. White man shit. Like, oh, the white man. You talk about, like, bro, seriously, bro. Por favor, cabrón. Pinche Mexicano, you don't even know that you are. Let's listen to this shit. Who are the real first people that were voting for this trumpet man?
Trump is the first black president.
Amen.
Because he's the first one that has actually addressed issues in the black community. Like, Obama didn't do it.
He said it, not me.
I mean, in my lifetime, I've gone through Clinton, Bush, and Obama. Neither of them have done anything.
They certainly haven't advocated for responsibility and taking ownership of your own life and knowing that you are an individual and that in America, you have freedom. We defined you as free.
They didn't even put America first. Yeah, guys. You know, Donald J. Trump puts America first. So you got to love that, man.
Awesome.
Got to.
You guys, this event is absolutely incredible. What's happening in this country, what's happening here in the heart of Los Angeles, California. We are flipping California red. And we are taking America back for red, white, and blue. All colors, all flavors, all races, all religions. It's all e pluribus unum from the many one.
That's why they're getting rid of DEI and Job Corps. They got rid of Job Corps, family. And by the way, the majority of the people that are registered with Job Corps are black. Come on, bro. Y'all are fucking dumb. You are no different. Like I said, man, we got our 2/3. It don't bother me. You know what I mean? Because that's just how you guys are. But the nerve of you to be talking shit. And like, I'm real, just as excited about like the nerve of you to be talking shit. That nerve of you. Hey, but you know what? We shouldn't be surprised. Because how many years have they been lying to us about their so-called history? 1619 is a lie. Transatlantic slave trade, the way it worked, is a lie. Perpetual slavery for them, it was a lie. Willie Lane Slater was a lie. I mean, and then yet they want to come to an attention and say, we're the same people. We had it worse than you. That's why you used to worship us. That's what they do. The fuck are you talking about? Every damn BHI camp demands that shit. Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you something, RSK, or anybody that's been in this channel. General Yohana came to my channel one time. Didn't say nothing else but like, hey, shalom. Then he heard me talking. Then he says, ISUPK is the truth. The home of the truth. That's it. He didn't say, come to my channel to debate one of my captains. Come to my channel to debate Tazariak or Taserface or that other Puerto Rican dude. I don't even know if he's still there yet. Or whoever he wanted. No. Your own leaders, your main leaders know who the fuck I am. So you little nutsacks that are like listening to their bullshit, this is how silly this is. They have colleges. They've had fucking institutions. They were in government. They were in Freemasonry. They were all involved. The white man and the black man were all involved in this shit. Stop lying stop believing the lies. The bullshit. Rabbi Matthews was worshiping demons. Come on, bro. That's where he started teaching all that shit. You don't know anything about what you believe, RSK. Nothing. And the most embarrassing part was the fact that you didn't even realize you're a Mexican, bro. Shit. Fucking Mexicans. And then you want to tell me that I'm not. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, cabrón. And I got deep family down there. So for you to say this stuff, dude, it's a joke to me. I'm not offended at all, bro. Yeah, I gotta come. Okay, let me say something to you, enemies. You are not going to demoralize me with fucking name calling. If that worked in your household, great. If that's how your daddy talked to you, great. If that's how your mom talked to you, great. That shit don't work here. You gotta come with something else. Dave, you guys been trying to do this shit since I started the channel in 2022. Coming in here, calling me names and shit, and thinking this is gonna demoralize me. Like, bro, listen, that shit is like, it's like water on my, it's like me taking a shower in warm water and shit. I'm fucking used to it, bro. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me go back. Oh, I got some new people here. Hold on. Let me go back. Because I see some green and some color and shit. Oh, first of all, I'll be real. What's up, brother? I don't think I acknowledged you and shit. My bad. La Meshi, good. What's up, sis? Yeah. I know you like that one. Hold on. That's for you. That's right. What's up, Joe? What's going on, brother? Yeah. Let me see who else is here. I saw someone else. Oh, yeah, dude. What's up, bro? Good to have you here, bro. I know you show up every now and then and shit, but it's all good. The point being is today, by the way, in case you don't know, it's just random topics, just getting to the point. I started with Deuteronomy 1 just to make sure that you guys understand. We're going to tackle Deuteronomy 4, Lord willing, tomorrow, unless something awkward happens. But more likely tomorrow we'll start that. Right? Yeah, what's up with the conquistador love, bro? Straight up. Fucking, he loves them black colonizers, homie. Even though we teach all this shit, we bring up facts, we let you guys know, we give you the resources. Matter of fact, look, I'll start with one. I'll give you one resource. Here, let's start with Virginia, the Old Dominion, okay? Virginia, the Old Dominion by Matthew Page Andrews. And in this book, because it's about, hold on a second, 650 pages. And it's funny, man, because in page 86, 88 or 89, hold on. 88, listen to what he says. The last of this month of August 1619, remember, that's where they base their fucking bullshit from, that marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-government, saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. By the way, who was here laboring before 1619, fuck faces? Was it white folks? It was our people. But you guys somehow forgot in history and shit. And somehow you don't want to bring up the fact that we were in slavery the entire time, to this fucking very day. How come you think Border Patrol is not chasing us around? You see us at the farms. That's called slavery. You know what slavery is? When they see a color and say, hey, slave, get over here. Or like how they supposedly your movies made it, because nowadays they call us wetbags, beaners, illegals. It's no different than your movies that you created. Hey, nigger, get over here. But you see, when you have media behind you, you can push the agenda and make it believe like that shit is real. But no, it ain't real. A new class of immigrants. Before you fucking say that you guys weren't immigrants, you guys were fucking immigrants, okay? You weren't slaves in here. You weren't like, don't stop it. Stop it. These were Negroes. Hold on, let me rephrase that. Saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. These were Negroes whose services, it now appears, were indentured. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Not perpetual slavery. They were indentured. As in the case of whites from New England and Europe. You see what I'm saying? White folks and black folks, y'all had the same privileges. You had the same ability. You didn't come here as perpetual slaves. You came here as fucking colonizers. Previously, it has been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists, right, white folks, as slaves, while the bringing of them had been ascribed to the Dutch. Recent research, however, has cast a new light upon the transactions. How come you Negroes don't teach this shit? RSK, how come you don't teach this shit? GMS, ISUPK, IUIC, Sakari, you know, the ones that like to get pegged. Why don't you fucking teach this shit? According to the available records, these Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves. For there's no proof, hold on, there is no proof that their persons were held as property or on terms any different than from those of white laborers whose service were engaged under public and private ownership from varying lengths of time. On the contrary, mon frère, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture. For Virginia archives show that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, meaning in 1680, 1690, 1670, Negroes were being released at the end of their periods of indenture. Let me say that again. Viva Mexico, cabrones! RSK, if you want to give up your daughter to these people, by all means, brother, we don't give a fuck. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. We don't care. We don't care. If that's what you are, then you're a Canaanite. That's basically what you're saying. You're just a Canaanite, and that's why it's okay for you to do these things. That's just one. Then we have another one here, the 7 myths of Spanish conquest. Okay, we have pictures of these people. We have stories of everybody here. Matter of fact, life patterns of some black conquistadors. Let me name some. Juan Garrido, one. Sebastián Toral, Tora. Juan Garrido, African or Portugal black slave. Sebastián Toral, Africa. Pedro Fulupu, Africa. Juan Bardeles, Africa. Antonio Perez, North Africa. Juan Portugués, Africa or Portugal. Juan Garcia, Spain, free mulatto. Miguel Ruiz, Spain, free mulatto. Juan Valiente, Africa, black slave. Juan Beltran, Spanish America, free mulatto. Please stop it.
Right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's what you are. We're not done. You guys want to talk all this shit about supposedly you're the people of this Bible, and you got idiots like RSK who don't even know they're Mexicans and shit, trying to tell us who we are. We have a book here called Black Slave Owners, Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina. What the fuck, man? I mean, why are we ignoring these books? Why the fuck are we not paying attention to this shit? You black folks are writing this fucking stuff, and at the same time, in the same breath, saying it was a white man that did it, bro. Shut the hell up. And then you say, oh, we're Hebrews because we suffered. What do you mean, man? Let me read a little section here real quick. Furthermore, on page 7 of Black Slave Owners, Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina, 1790. Let me slow down. From 1790 to 1860. Do you want to know what I say about you RSK motherfuckers that believe in that church? Try to tell me that I'm wrong?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Furthermore, page 7, free blacks who held family members as slaves could not afford to become involved in any slave uprising or any opposition in the institution of slavery for fear that if they discovered their slave relations could be confiscated and sold. See that? They're even hiding from their own people because they're like, I don't want to be a slave like you. I don't want to be enslaved. It's like, it's like Russian shit, man. Like, I'm not a beaner. It's like RSK. I'm not a Mexican. I'm a North American. So, what year? What year did you become a North American, fuckface? In 1848. And you want to come in here and tell me who the fuck I am? Get out of your mind. You know what the sad part is, bro? That you had the nerve to come back. That just tells me that you really you lost sleep over this shit. That's sad, bro. Why you lose sleep over this? I don't believe you, man. It's just fucking, I don't believe you. Fucking shit. Unless GMS told you. Let me give you another one. And this one's going to be the heavy one. Yeah, I know everybody left. It's all good. I don't give a shit. It's called the Black Society in Spanish Florida. Let me give you a little quick intro real quick. Oh, here it goes right here. There is a picture of a black man walking behind a Spaniard in his horse. And the black man happens to be African-born explorer Juan Garrido. The dude was like fucking 6'3" and shit, because he was bigger than him and the horse and the guy riding the horse together. In 1519, Garrido participated in the Indian Wars in Hispaniola and Juan Ponce de Leon discovery. So let me ask you guys a question. How come when we were reading this stuff, Juan Ponce de Leon and you black folks that claim to be Judah and supposedly the Most High gave you all the knowledge and information and shit, how come he didn't teach us none of that? How come none of that happened? How come none of that came about? Let's listen to this.
Just as excited about Jesus.
Et je suis juste excité
right
de
here,
Jésus.
right now.
Jusqu'à présent, même maintenant.
And when I get excited,
Et quand je suis excité,
I want to dance.
je veux danser.
And what Jesus did for me.
C'est que Jésus a fait pour moi.
Jesus is God.
Jésus est
Almighty
Dieu.
God.
C'est le Dieu
He
puissant.
saved my life.
Il a sauvé ma vie.
I'm excited about God.
Je suis excité de Dieu.
And I want to worship Him.
Et c'est pourquoi je l'adore.
Because He's coming again. And He's
Il
excited.
revient encore.
And He's got plans. He's
Il
got
a
plans
de plans
and purposes
et le dessein
for each one of you
pour chacun de vous ici.
and for me.
Et pour moi aussi.
And I'm just as excited about Jesus.
That's the guy that shot those senators, in case you didn't know this. He is the same dude that plotted to be a cop, shot the senators, the Democratic ones, by the way, and ran away for about, I don't know, 3 to 4 days. Maybe I could be wrong, whoever wants to support that comment. And he basically went to Africa to teach Christianity. Went over there, and you guys saw what he did, and you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I don't know, man. But anyhow, regarding the question that you have, sis, I don't disagree, to be honest with you. I don't disagree. Let me see that. Let me see where you at. Where are you? That right there. Right? I actually see it. I see some things in relation. That's just my point of view. I'm saying I can't necessarily call it 100 on that. But anyways, so what I'm gonna do right now, family, I'm gonna show you this real quick in case you guys have not known. I did one class on this before, and it's Arsarith, our history, where we came from, the Promised Land, and how we got here. I went thorough on this. If you haven't seen this, I would suggest for you to watch it. You know, I don't blame you, but sometimes history has to be told once and more and 100 times more. So stick around, listen to this. Shalom, shalom. Hey, shalom, Israel. Shalom, it's your brother Manuel.
Okay, perfect.
Let me see.
All right.
I'm gonna check something real quick. All right. Hey, shalom, Israel. Okay, perfect. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I'll wait a little bit, maybe another minute or so, and then I'm gonna start. I don't know who's there. So then I'm gonna start. I don't know who's there. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's see. All right, so nobody's still here. Well, I'm gonna start anyways, man, so you guys can actually watch it. All right. All right, so here we go. The class, first of all, shalom, family. Lord willing, y'all are doing well, okay? I know that I've been kind of getting on board and then, you know, doing a lot of classes recently. It's been upon my spirit. This one in particular, I want to touch on Arsarith and then the second Esdras, chapter 13, verse 40 and through 45, okay? So let's get to it. The topic is Arsarith. Okay, so now I'm gonna read the scripture. I'm gonna go all the way through 45, and then I'm gonna play a video of some just random individual. Okay, and this is what they had to say about what this means, and this is why that One West doctrine was so confusing and putting our people in that particular type of state of confusion because they were just, man, like it made no sense. All right. So let me go ahead and read this first and then we'll go from there. All right. 2nd Ezra chapter 13, verse 40. It says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river, for the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth. Okay, so the same region is called Arsareth. Now, I'm gonna put a video on right now, so you guys can see what some of I don't know what you call them. I guess non-believers, maybe. Okay, watch this. Oh, that's right. I need to read the disclaimer. All right, here's the disclaimer. Oh, hold on, let me pause it. Here's the disclaimer, okay? It's in Spanish. Here's the English one. Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. It says here, the content, the copyright disclaimer, this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principle of material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay? All right, so then now I read that. So check this out. Look what this guy has to say. I'm going to let it play, all right? And then it's only 4 minutes, so let's hear it out.
Shalom, coming back with another video. I just want to touch on these subjects that the Israelites like to go over to try to prove Native Americans and Hispanics, our people. I'm going to the scriptures where they go to. 2nd Ezra 13 and 40. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. So they try to prove this and make it seem like they came to America, which they didn't. They still in Africa. These people don't read, man. I mean, it's just simple and plain, man. If people don't get this stuff, man, the Most High just ain't showing you. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would lead the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a far country where never mankind dwelt, which is still in Africa. Y'all know how big it is in Africa. There's a lot of places that ain't nobody been to in Africa yet, man. There's a lot of places still over there ain't never mankind dwelt over there. That's how big the land is. That they may keep their statues, but they never kept in their own land. And they enter into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and hell stood the flood till they were passed over. And this part right here is finna kill them. Watch this. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. And the same region is called Arsareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter times. Until the latter times now. Peep that, until the latter times. The Most High hell stood the flood for them until the latter times. And now when they shall begin to come, that the highest, it's talking about the Most High, that the highest shall stay springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hell flood, he gonna hold the water again like he did. We'll see what spring is. We don't want to miss nothing. I mean, it's just so easy, man. And the Most High just gotta show you. I mean, leap, fly back, or move. Springs mean move. He gonna move the water again. That's what it means. A small, narrow river. He gonna move the small, narrow river again that they may go through. So by the Israelites' logic, that means the Native Americans and the Hispanics got to get back on the boat and go back to Africa. By their logic, if Native Americans and Hispanic Israelites, that means they got to get back on the boat and go back. Because verse 47 say the highest is talking about the most high shall stay the springs, that mean hold back. The springs mean hold back, or the stream mean water, a narrow river. Again, that means he gonna do it again. That they may go through. Therefore, size thou the multitude with peace. So I don't know what they get out of this. What do it say that they came to America? Verse 47 says the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hold for the water again. That they may go through. That they gonna go through. That's in Africa. And I don't know how these people miss over this, man. What verse in this said came to the to America? Verse 47, it debunked all it, man. Verse 47, they go through 40 through 45 or something like that, or 46, but they don't want y'all to read. They don't want y'all to read verse 47. When they say the highest shall stay springs of the stream again, they don't want y'all to read that. That means he gonna do it again. So that means if Native American Israelite, Hispanic Israelite, them goddamn mixed Spaniards, Israelites, that means they gotta get back on the boat and go all the way back to Africa. Because the Most High say he gonna bring them through there again. Shalom, I'm out, man. I just wanted to put that out there. That people they just jump right over 46.
So now we got an idea of what's going on with that, right? Let's see. Regarding your question, does the Bible describe the tribes as lost? Yeah, it does. Jeremiah 17:4 and Jeremiah 50:33 usually. And then also Deuteronomy 28 talks about that these will be signs and wonders upon thy seed forever, until the actual restoration. That's technically the way it works. So you guys heard his point of view. You guys now understand exactly how they see shit. Okay, so let's break it down, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually go through maps history and a little bit of understanding as to why we would not have gone that way. And that debunks the 12-tribe chart bullshit. We went around Africa, RSK probably believes that. We went around Africa and fucking sailed and shit. Yeah, you're gonna find out that we could not have never done that.
So family, this is what I'm talking about right here, and this is why I wanted to play. So we need to come back to the whole concept of where we're from and what they say. You see, when we disagree, they say we're conquistadors, we ain't Israelites, we're Mongols, we're of other nations, right? But if they're people that look like them don't agree, they say what? They're Jakes. They're just Israel lost. Why is that? How come? Because of this. Pan-Africans love keeping it in Africa. Silly Hamites. I know that may be offensive to some of y'all, but it's very simple. And listen, hey Pedro, where you from, bro? Do me a favor. Express these brothers to where you're from, man. Because they think that it's just like raza from Mexico, from Salvador, or from Nicaragua, that we're just racist people. Like we don't understand this whole concept that these Northern African West are preaching. You see, family? That's where he's from. So he ain't from no so-called Mexican town where you assume that he looks a certain way. No, you see, we know that these things have occurred. And when we say separation, we don't say separation like as in white people separation and we hate you guys. No, we mean separation because we don't want to sin no more, and we experienced the life that we had with y'all, and it never has been good. So why is that racist? That just means that you guys suck. That's what it means.
Them like the Most High said he ain't gonna bring them through the water again. That same water they the northern tribe went through the first time, he gonna bring them back again the second time. Just saying the same thing, man. Shalom.
And by the way, I just want to say something, family, in case you guys don't even realize this, because he said something about, oh, well, you know, there was areas in Africa they were never explored. That's a freaking lie. Because the Cushites were fighting with the Mizrahims. They were having that war, and it was the Carthaginians, that actual tribe, or I can't say the Carthaginians, but it was them, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Cushites that were traveling around all Africa at that time. So I don't understand what he's saying, like, oh, you know, Auschwitz was never found because, you know, there's places in Africa that were never found. That's a lie, fam. That's a lie. Because they knew all the three lands before they went to the fourth part of the earth. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. Four corners of the earth is scripture. There you go, brother. See, you touching on my base. There you go. Rasa is no little ass mongols like Hamites love to say, nah, bro. It goes back to this, bro. Okay, for example, like I got a video of Tainos, right? That I'm gonna show, like maybe not tomorrow, but the next couple of days, right? So even in Taino diet, bro, like we don't eat what they eat. We don't dress like they dress. We don't talk like they talk. We don't act like they act. What the fuck are they talking about? We don't act like these Mongols. Like they base it on the fact that we're just light skinned. That's it, and because we don't have woolly hair, and that's pretty stupid, to be honest with you. But anyways, that's not the point. Because our point is, oh, hey, shalom 144. Shalom, Israel, man. Good to have you here, bro. Deuteronomy 28:64. Let me get that for you, bro. I'll read it, man. I don't want to switch channels right now. So that means I have to take this window off. I'm using my other. Wait, it's a weird computer. Hold on. It's funny that I have to say it in Spanish. Deuteronomy 28, what was it? 28:64. I love that. Because you know what, bro? Every time I get, the last time that I had the FOPI over here and they were trying to tell me like, oh yeah, you know, like we've been scattered everywhere. I said, look, listen, I went nowhere else but Deuteronomy 28:64. And I said to him, listen, don't explain to me the first sentence because I know the first part you're going to break it down real good because that's what you're good at. Explain to me the second part. Well, there thou shalt serve other gods, since you knew the white men in Europe. And guess what? They couldn't break it down. So for us, this is very clear. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto another. And there, because I know that's your point, and there thou shalt serve other gods. And he'll scatter us among all people. You know what, man? You made me think about this real quick. If you think about this whole scriptural stuff, you know, let's read verse 67. I'll give you an example. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even? And at evening thou shalt say, would God it were morning? Meaning like, damn, man, kind of like those times where, I'll give you an example. When I was going through like my problems and shit about you know, being chased by the law and all that, right, man? I used to wake up in the morning, bro, and I did not want to be up in the morning, bro. I was just so scared. I just wanted to run. And then like at night, I just wanted to be over. You know what I'm saying? Like I was never in the moment. I was always ahead or behind, you know what I'm saying?
let me give you a scripture real quick, bro, because that's a great question. This one right here that you said, which one is it? The lost ones, right? The lost tribes, right? So the first step of you losing, I'll give an example of you losing who you are, is not knowing who your father is. I think we can all agree on that. You know what I'm saying? I think we can all agree on the fact that when you lose your father's name, then, there's a problem. So there is a scripture here that sometimes we overlook, and it's very clear in regards to how when you lose that, that's the beginning of the end. And it's Jeremiah 44:26, if I'm not mistaken. Therefore hear ye the word of the Lord, all Judah that dwelled in the land Egypt. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, say the Lord, that my name shall no more be named in the mouth of any man of Judah in all the land of Egypt, saying the Lord God liveth. Now, keep in mind that by this time, the northern kingdom was already gone. Like, they're already like in idolatry. So here's where the last time you can even find out of who you are according to your father is that right there. And then Jeremiah 17:4, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people go to. Almost every doctrine goes to this. That understands who the Israelites are. Jeremiah 17:4, and thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And then it says, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. So people say, see, that's not you guys. Well, guess what? They've taken us to Spain, Africa, North Africa, specifically West Africa, North Africa, Philippines. Let's see what else. South America, Central America, the Caribbeans up north. As far as I know, the Global Indios book that I have, let me see if I still have it. Hold on a second here. I have a book called Global Indios, and it talks about all the cases of our people trying to get back to their homeland. And you can see cases from West Africa, North Morocco, and like North Africa, as well as in Spain and Portugal, in India, that's right, in the Philippines, in Asia, and some other place I can't remember. And these are facts. Like, these are not lies. Like, for real, this is actually what happened to us. Like, you can look into history, and you know what I'm saying. If you do your due diligence, look. The book is called. Matter of fact, I'll show you guys. Look, Global Indios. Like, watch this. And there's a lot of resources here. Global Indios. Okay. Here goes right here. I'll show you guys this book. And then, like, again, get it, buy it, find it, and see. You see, it talks about areas where we were all over this area. Okay. Maybe they give me a chance to show you guys a map here. There's a map in here that shows that we were like. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get to it. I hope it lets me. Because these things, when they give you access, they don't give you all the book. Hold on. Let me see here. Okay. Hold on. In this book, it shows a map of exactly everywhere they took us. And there's this video that I caught on this Filipino girl. And she says when the Spanish were over there, which is something Filipinos don't admit, that they mixed with the Mexicas, you know what I'm saying? Our people, when we were taking over there. So for people to go around and claim that verse 64 doesn't even apply to us, bro, that just shows how stupid and hateful you are. You're just a hateful person. Okay, so here's the maps. Okay, so we went to these areas here: Portugal, Castile, Aragon, all that shit, right? They took us from there, put us down there, took us all over these places. Where's the other map? I don't think they have it then, because they're not showing it. Oh, here it goes, right here. There. Oh, there. Thank you, Father. Oh, praises to the Most High, man. Hold on a second. Yeah. Look at that right there, family. You see this right here? This is exactly where they took us all over the world, man. We don't lie on this channel.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
And that's why I tell you, Mexicas,
Viva Mexico, cabrones!
they took us everywhere. Mexico City, Veracruz, Panama, Lima. They from north to south, from east to west. We went to Africa, Angola, Cape Cod, Zimbabwe, Sobiki, Tunasi, Algiers, Mozambique, Seville. These islands, Azores Islands, Flanders, Antwerp, where China, shit, Limbao. Do you see what I'm saying, family? They're trying to say that we weren't taken. Hold on, let me remind you guys. In this book that every single person claims that they know, all of a sudden forgets about the fact. Matter of fact, I remember Sakari, and I remember asking IUIC, I never deal with GMS or ICBK, and I asked them, did the Hispanics go all over the country, all over the world? They said no.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
They said no. What a coincidence. They said only Judah did that. Only Judah did that. Because you know what I'm saying? Deuteronomy 28:68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, and thou shalt see it no more again, and there thou shalt be sold unto your enemies. For bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Psalm 64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto the other. Hold on a second. Let me play it good. Take a picture of that map. BHI, take a picture of that map. Please. RSK, take a picture of this map. Because apparently silly doves like you don't understand this shit. You fall for the stupidity of people trying to tell you who you are. Yet, well, I guess that does happen because you didn't even know who you were. Yo, scattered and lost in two different ways. Damn. They're not two different things, bro. They're not two different things. How the fuck can you say they're two different things? If you're scattered, then you're going to be lost. Unless you're scattered and you still know who you are and you create your own identity there and based on that. No, it didn't happen. Like once you're gone, I'll give you an example. If somebody takes your kid, consider it scattered, and he's lost, who can teach him? And what would they teach him? Based on your ideology or based on theirs? But I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, man. I'm actually good, bro. It's actually good. But let's continue real quick, man. This is important because you know what, bro? To be honest with you, man, we got to understand where we come from, man. Because at this point, we really need to determine who are you? Like, who are you? Because I know you meet brothers, bro, and I'm talking about, I'll give you an example, like 144 brother right now, right? I know you meet brothers, bro, that you tell them, hey, man, listen, man, the Most High, like, dwelleth in you, and you know what I'm saying? He's telling me about keeping the laws, and they're like, nah, bro, I don't want to do it. So what do you do? What the fuck do you do? You know what I'm saying? I like that one. Let me read it real quick. Deuteronomy 4. Let me see this real quick. Let me see it. Deuteronomy 4:27. It reads, and the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in numbers among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. I see what you mean, bro. When we came over here, we were scattered all around. And you know what, man? It goes back to the whole thought, like what I was actually thinking about, man. When you think about the word scattered, right? Scattered, right? Scattered. I'm going to show you this real quick. When you think about the word scattered, right?
Think about this real quick. Scriptures talk about fallow ground, you know, like broken in pieces. Even though it's the same dirt, it's separated. So imagine if somebody says that let's say you're a little ant, right? Because the Bible talks about ants. So let's say you're an ant and he grabs you from here and he brings you over here. Automatically you're scattered. Because the moment you break the line of an ant, he gets scattered left and right. So that's exactly what happened to us, family. The moment he broke the line of our connection to the Most High, we were scattered. That's why from Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 15 or 14, he talks about our connection with him. Exodus talks about our 10 commandments, and the first 4 are our connection to him. And then in Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68, he says our disconnection to him. And then in Exodus, he reminds us of our last 6 commandments, our disconnection to him if we don't listen to him. It's the opposite, technically, because the first 4 is about us and him, and the last 4 is about us and our brothers. Sorry, I said it backwards. So you have to be mindful of the Most High, how he deals with us, man. Look, he said, scattered you. We don't know each other anymore. I tried to talk to some of you brothers, man, and I'm not saying that, you know, I'm perfect. But I can tell that a lot of you brothers have a distance within yourselves. Matter of fact, I can tell that you're so distant within yourself that you're distant from your own family. You don't even want to talk to your wife or your kids because you're so distant. Yeah, let me read that. Think about how many tribes Alaska to South America were scattered to and all. Yeah, bro. Think about the spirit. Think about the spiritual connection that we all have together, right? You forget. I hope you didn't forget that, VTC, because I know you share a lot about that stuff. So I appreciate you, bro. Think about the disconnection that we have between each other, because we're one unit. Because I believe we're one unit. I believe we're one unit. So if we're disconnected, imagine how fucking fucked up we are. Matter of fact, you showed a video a couple hours ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, a couple minutes ago, about the brother that was saying that our people are so messed up in the head. We're racist, we're colorism, so what is it? Colorism, society, like, you know, moneyism, like we're so messed up in the head, bro. So messed up in the head. We don't even see how scattered we are, and yet we are so close. That's the beauty of it, which is the ugly part. Look, like that. We are so scattered, yet we are of the same bloodline. And because we are so scattered and we're so destroyed, and we are the same bloodline, we hate each other even more. Because they taught us to hate each other even more. We're one unit, bro. That's the whole point. That's why when I bring up like classes, or I say Mexico, Meshiacha, or like the Eagle, man, I'm talking about all of us, man. I'm not talking about, you know, Taínos or Salvadoreños and Nicaraguenses. Nah, fuck no, bro. I'm trying to bring us to one fucking unit, because I'm sorry to tell you, it was Raza, the Mexicas, that actually kept us together, because if it wasn't for them, you all would be white. That's a fact. If it wasn't for the Mexicas, we'd all probably be white, bro, or black. We wouldn't be here anymore. Because those were the warriors of this town. Because remember, when they came to the islands, they fucking walked all over y'all. But when they came here, they had a fight. Here, let me get that one real quick. A slide from it. Here, I'll show it too. Matthew 12, 48 and 50. Yeah, that's I read Matthew 12 earlier. Hopefully that actually follows what I was talking about, man, because I haven't read that part in a while. Let's see, Matthew 12. See what you want. 48:50. Matthew 12, 48:50. It reads, "But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother and who is my brethren?" Oh, okay. And he stretched forth his hand towards his disciples and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren. For whosoever do the will of my Father, which is in heaven, the same is my brother and my sister and the mother. I know that you know what? I'm glad you brought that up because it relates to the class I did earlier. But I think I know what you're bringing it up for, because the fact is, bro, like what I said earlier, it's time that we start severing that understanding, man. Like, you guys are either about our gente or you're not. There ain't no more fucking kissing ass, bro. The scripture said very clearly, only a remnant is gonna believe. Only a remnant, only a small portion is going to come back to the laws of the Most High. So I like your name, 144. That's my email. Because only a remnant, only a few people. And even in those few people, even in that few people, a remnant is going to believe. Because even those few people aren't really believing. I'll give you an example, and I'm going to play the video. I was showing today an important class that I took like 3 days to write down about the tree, Christmas, or Virgen Maria, Queen of Heaven. I spent 3.5 hours of doing some stuff, right? And I played another video, right? Because I was thinking it in my mind. You know how many people actually cared for it? But yet when I talk about Canaanites, everybody shows up. So what is it more? Do you hate more than repenting? Is your hate that big, more than repenting? What's your name, bro? Hawar was my Hebrew name, meaning warrior. That's the nickname they gave Gideon. Oh man, all praise it, bro. All glory, bro. So, anyways, my question is that you guys hate more than you want to repent? Because that's a question you need to ask yourselves. I'm gonna tell you something, family. I already done the walk, and I'm already in the walk. So for me, when I say these things, I'm really asking you to really analyze where you're at, because it's not a game. I wish there was a place, a building where you can hear me, but this is all you can do. So you have to analyze and say, listen, man, are y'all real about this, bro? Like, cause you know what, bro? He's really only dealing with a small portion. And are you willing to work towards being that small portion? Because not everybody is already set. I know Sakari told you, well, you know, it is what it is. The Most High wrote it. That's not true. That's not true, family. If you're in Sakari's room right now, y'all better run. Anyways, let's go.
I don't know what happened to the sound. I was hoping you guys can hear it. But either way, we got somebody here that wants to talk about it. I don't know.
Christmas or
Here. Hold on. In the meantime, Barrel, hit the link.
Oh, yellow. All of this.
The link is right here. There goes the link right there. So if you want to, I mean, I don't know what you want to say, but I have a feeling you're RSK. Hopefully you're not, because that's shit. To be RSK and come over here and do that shit. That's fucking nuts. Hopefully not. Hold on a second. Let me bring him on board, fam. Hey, what's up? Acero Cultura, Anahuac. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello? Hey. Hey, you're on the live, bro. What's going on?
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, they got a lot of background, man.
All right. First of all, what do you mean by RSK? I don't know. I don't understand your slang.
Nah, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It's not you. What's your name, bro? What's your name?
Oh yeah, go buy a settle.
You mean like steel? Steel reserve?
Yes, sir.
Fierro.
And I'm coming with hammers, man. So get ready.
You better handle it, dude.
Look.
Go for it.
So
What's your question? What's your question? I'm waiting.
All right. So I go buy a settle. That's fine.
Right. Go for it. I'm waiting for you. What's your question?
So the question is this. So my question is this. Based off the Bible only, because this is new to me, but your whole concept of lost tribes, that's heavy on interpretation. Your interpretation.
You want me to answer? I'm waiting for you. Hello? Are you there, bro? Hey. Bueno. Come on, man. Don't be pausing this stuff, bro. If you're not really gonna like, what's going on? You just being quiet and shit? What's going on? Can you hear me, or what's the deal?
I'm answering you.
No, I didn't. You said something. I don't know what you're asking.
I asked you. You're interpreting.
You're breaking up.
No,
Breaking up.
dude. Look, relax. Nobody's pausing anything. It's the internet.
Okay. Whoa, that's not my fault. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not saying it's your fault, but don't come up with that.
What's your question, man? Hurry up. Oh. Yeah. Have you ever been on YouTube, Ben? Have you ever like clicked on a link and shit? Like ever talked to anybody? Hello? Oh, I know. Oh man, you're a fucking lost cause. You see what I'm saying, fam? Like, I'm not afraid. Like, listen, he said, hey, where are you gonna put up the link? Bro, you get better internet, man. Fuck. You know what that means? That means you don't work hard. That means that you don't want to pay more than $60 for your fucking internet. That means you're a stingy bastard. That means that you probably don't even feed your family right. That means that your fridge is probably not even that full. You prefer to pay other things instead of having your family well fed. Instead of having your family well fed. The one thing that you have to always have, family, I'm gonna tell you this right now, have a fridge full of food. You never want to deny your family of buena comida, because that's where the love is. You get to sit down and talk to each other and spend some time together and all these things. Bro, come on, man. You guys gotta come up with some fucking fire over here, man. What are you saying? Okay, here we go. Maybe he has better internet now, because I heard a little beep and shit. Oh, no little beep. All right, well, you're trying to figure yourself out. Here, Jesus. It's crazy.
Hey, hold on, fam, hold on.
An Eclipsis, Volume 1. Okay. And I'm gonna show y'all something. You guys can actually read it. This book here. If you look at versions, watch. Hopefully it doesn't log me out because it's gonna ask me to log on, and honestly, I don't want to have to log on. All right. So anyhow, in this book, you guys can read it. Okay. It shows and shares that Cyrus was a relative of Abraham. So let me see if I can get the book. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something. Okay. Real quick here. Okay, a second, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to .org.
Hey, family, I want to share this with you because I know it's getting late. It's about 12:30 California time. I was thinking about like, how did I get to this point, right? Because I maybe somebody might have thought about it, you know, like, how does this guy know this stuff? You know, I'll say it like this, man. Imagine getting like a roofing job, you know, and you're 19 years old or 18 years old. You're fresh out of high school. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to go to college. You just want to go to work. And then they say, okay, first of all, this is the kind of boots you need to buy. You're like, okay. Second of all, this is the kind of gloves you need to buy. Okay. And then they're like, okay, this is how you have to nail things down. You're like, no, well, it's a hammer and a nail. No. There's a technique. Like, okay. And then there's a way that you have to climb up the ladder to get to the roof. And then there's a way that you have to get down to get from the roof. Oh, and there's a way that when we like work roofing, because see, I don't do roofing, but I work around people that do that. So they tell me what they do. So then there's a way that you rip that roofing, and then there's a way that you actually don't fall. And there's like techniques to all these things. But you want to know something, family? The first thing that man or that young man learned was how to put his boots on, how to walk a ladder, how to hold a ladder, and how to nail. So, you know, when I came into this understanding, they gave me something called a milk, and I didn't know any better. And they said, this is your hammer. These are your nails. Just stomp them. And I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, just learn how to stomp them down. That's what I did, family, for 3.5 years. I learned how to hammer a nail in a piece of wood. You see, this is why I am at this point. And a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people want to get ahead of that, want to skip all that. I keep telling people I have the milk, and y'all don't want to know. You guys don't want to learn. It's no different. It's our book, no matter who wrote it. I mean, because if you don't want to learn the milk, then you know what? Put the Bible down. Put the Bible away. Because whoever gave me the milk, man, fuck them. Well, guess what? The white man gave you the Bible once again. So you're gonna say fuck the Bible? We got to start somewhere. So I learned how to nail, even though I knew how to hit a nail, because I'm like, well, I could hit. I still had to learn. I had to learn how to walk up the ladder, and I had to learn how to walk off the roof. Now, let me tell you something, family. I've never had to do that. Not one time. But I'm giving you examples of what I see, because if this is what we learn. You see, you cannot go assuming. There is a walk in this process. And I think at this time, brothers and sisters, we have to start respecting the brothers that actually been through this walk and that actually show some knowledge, and then feed off of that and grow from it. Don't get worse. So I'm sharing, how come I understand these things? Because guess what? I never been a 1.0 GPA motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you right now. My GPA in high school was like 0.75. And so I'm not a smart guy. I'm just like you. But you know what I am? I'm very humble. Well, I'm very humble. That's very contradictory to it. At least I like to always remind myself that I ain't shit. Let's see it. I'll leave it like that. Let's continue.
Maybe I could get it here. Okay, here we go. Yep, there it goes right here. Okay, so let me go and do this one. All right, watch this. Versions. It's going to say it a lot. Now, I'm not trying to segue from the topic. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that there was a lot going on in that time, and a lot of the, I guess you could say, a lot of the migrations, tribes, they were pretty much, somewhat relatives. Now, you also had obviously Ishmael and Elam in that area, but watch this. Villagers are described. Let me see here. Let's see right here. No, this isn't it. Let's see. Here, I'll do this. Let me do it this way. Hey, bro. See, all of this mattered, guys. That's what I'm showing y'all. All of this mattered. Obviously, the Most High, there's a reason. Nobody was able to ever answer me. Why did God go, give Cyrus, put it in his spirit? Like, why? If he wasn't an Israelite, okay? But no one was able to answer me that question. So obviously, I had to, answer my questions, because there was really nobody available to answer them. And even if there was, they weren't able to. And this is what I found. Excuse me.
Hey, family, I don't do this unless there's something in my mind right here, right? So I want you to pay attention to the bottom part that says that the Christian Hellenistic Jewish fathers should have searched for the origin of the religion in the East. Now I'm going to show this.
Yo, listen. Hold on.
I'm going to share this with y'all.
This real quick. Look. This is a book that I'm using as a reference. This is not a fucking factual shit that I'm determining my theory on. And I already invited you to come over here, bro. Matter of fact, you told me that you said your name is Acero, Fierro. You're steel, right? Then why don't you fucking present your steel knowledge and let us know who you are? You asked me to give you a link. I'm giving you a link, but yet you disappear. And now you want to sit back and resort to texting. Bro, that's not a man. Please don't be a kid. This is a waste of time for yourself at the same time. Because look, I mean, if you just don't agree, then, we can agree to disagree. But the fact that you told me earlier, where's the link? I gave it to you. So now there's no excuse for you, my man. You need to now come back and say what you got to say, or stop posting shit and leave it for another day. Okay? How about we do that instead of looking silly?
Not tomorrow, but in the next coming days, how the Virgin Mary has a connection with this Hellenistic thing. and how they wanted to connect the Virgin Mary from Europe to the so-called Virgin Mary of Mexico to keep it in, how they say it in Spanish, Helenico methodología. So as see family, that's why, man, I love my father, man, because he is, I don't know, man, he's like literally guiding me in these little books, and I've never even seen them before. And I've never, trust me, fam, I'm not a reader, man. I was your thug life forever and getting laid, getting drunk. Let me do my shit. This has never been me. So I'm telling y'all, stick around, because he may just do the same wonders to you. And if he does, guess what, brothers? You're the next level. Let's go.
Questions, because there was really nobody available to answer them. And even if there was, they weren't able to. And this is what I found. Excuse me. Let's see, I think this one. This is a great book, by the way. You guys should consider reading it. Already a story with Abraham, Sarah. Let me see, maybe it's here. Abraham, Moses. Peruvians believe in one supreme being. This is basically talking about how the similarities. Yeah, and I touched on it on another class. But I'm trying to show you guys something here. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, no, that's not it. Oh, here goes. All right, here goes. We know that the religion of the Magi did become corrupted, and it was reformed before the time of Cyrus and Daniel by a man called Zoroaster, or Abraham Zoroaster. Okay, so now what these guys are saying is that the Persians, look, there seems no doubt that this king and priest was the religion of the Persians, of Brahma, of Mithra, and of Abram, as professed at this time. Okay, now it says here, let me see this one. Where are you? Still calling it Ishka. Ishka was the name of both Sarah and his wife. Jesus. No. Anyways, look, guys, honestly, if you guys can really look through this book, and it's going to show you, it's going to say that these guys, the Persians, they know that they come from Abraham. Okay. So I'm trying to look for the page, and it's going to be a while, because honestly, it's a lot of pages, and I wasn't thinking of showing this. Let's see, maybe here. Okay, maybe not here. Let's try this one. This last one. If not, I'm gonna move on. The whole of the Jews were circumcised because they were said to have been a priestly nation, and if the history of Abraham can be believed, the Jews, probably so called, were all descendants of the Chaldean Brahmin, and of 318 persons said to be bred in his own house. That's weird. And who probably constituted of the whole tribe, or high caste tribe, who had come with him from India. I mean, look through the book, guys, honestly, and you're gonna find out that the Persians know that they come from them. Okay, so now we've got at least one answer in regards to why in the world did God choose Cyrus to free the Israelites. Okay, well, it was all prophetic, obviously. So now let's go to verse 23. I think I read it. I'll read it again. Does say, yeah, I did. No, let me read it. Thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth had the Lord God of heaven given me. See that? And he had charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. Now, when would the Most High allow some heathen to do that? Well, we now know that they were relatives of Abraham. Okay? So now, since we are now so-called free to go, okay? Let me go to First Ezra just to show you and confirm. It says here, now is the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven had given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he had charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Okay? So now it says, who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build house of the Lord, go out to the Lord of Israel. He is the God. Wow. Which is in Jerusalem. Remember, this guy was a Zoroastrian, right? And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourned, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offerings for the house of the God that is in Jerusalem. Okay? So now we see that Cyrus allowed them to go. Something moved Cyrus' spirit, but it seems like Cyrus was related to Abraham. Okay? So now let's go to 2nd Esdras, chapter 13, okay, verse 40. And it reads, those are the 10 tribes who were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Okay? So now, let me show you a map real quick. Show you the map. Where is it? The world. I think it's this one. Okay. Oh, wait.
Shalom, coming back.
What am I talking about? Let's see. Like that. Oh, I know why that happened. Okay, cool. So as you can see, it says here, I'm going to put it to the side. It says, verse 41, verse 40, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Okay? Now, let's stop right there, because it says, but they took his counsel. So he took them into another land where? We found out when. We found out where. He took them somewhere around there, right? This is an old map, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to use this map too. Oh, please don't tell me you're going to freeze on me. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. It's a little tricky map. I got to move very slow. Okay. So he took them there. Okay. Right there. And he carried them over the waters, meaning this here. Okay. And so they came into another land. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. It's a little difficult. I just want to make sure that we get the good view. All right. So now, they're over here. They're right here. Okay. How do I flip it up? Okay. It's a little difficult, man, but I'm trying to figure it out. All right. So they're right there. And here's the Euphrates. Okay. Now it says, but they took this counsel among themselves when? After Cyrus had given the decree to free the Israelites, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. Where? Right there. The multitude here, wherever they were. Because, I mean, keep in mind, he might have taken them here, but that doesn't mean he kept them there. They're slaves. He could take them anywhere else. Plus, if you guys remember, you have this area in a map which had Joktan right here. That was called Joktan. You guys don't remember? There's a map that I have. And for the sake of time, I don't want to look for it because I have this in my mind here to make sure that we get through it. Okay? But it basically says that. Peleg and Joktan, all of that. Okay? But they took his counsel among themselves after Cyrus had freed them, all right? That they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So now, they're right here. Okay? Persia was ruling. Here, I'll show you guys. Persia. Empire. Look, Persia literally covered all of this. Okay, and the 12 tribes are well, the 10 tribes are right there. You see what I'm saying? They were right here. All right. So let's go back now. It says, but they took his counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude. Which multitude? This multitude, wherever it would have been here. Remember, it's all under Cyrus's territory. Okay. Now the Assyrians. I'll show you the Assyrian. Well, I think at time it won't. But the Assyrians were less. Okay, you guys can look it up. The Assyrians were conquered up until this point. So when Cyrus took over, he said, "Hey, where you guys are at, you guys can stay there. You guys can go wherever you want." So obviously, they're saying, "Well, you know what? They took their counsel among themselves. That doesn't overnight. That took years. It had to take years because the Bible is like that. You know, one verse can go to another verse, and all of a sudden, it's like a couple, like 100 years maybe at times." Or maybe more. So, you know, you got to be mindful that what were they sojourning? They took but they took this counsel among themselves. That means they had time to think about what they wanted to do. So if they were already free, they obviously weren't just staying here. They were maybe migrating somewhere around in this area of the Persian power. Because this is where it gets really sick and sickening and ignorant, is when they say, the one where says, oh yeah, they took the Euphrates and went through Africa all the way around, like all the way this way. You're telling me that why would you do that? Why would you go all the way around? Euphrates River goes this way. And then you're going to go around that way on boats? Come on, man. It makes no sense. But what does make sense is this right here. Hold on. Let me get a different map because this is really, hold on, guys. Let me see where you at.
And family, now we know that at that time in the, sorry to cut you off, I caught the last end of it. At that time, when you talk about Mizraim and that area where Cush is, they were at war. And Cyrus was not ruler of that territory. Not at that time. Until his son took over, which is Darius. Then he took over that territory. But when Cyrus was alive, and you can documentary follow this and confirm it, all he ruled was from this territory of Israel all the way across to India. You could not go to Africa. Let me see this real quick. Persian King Cyrus had Semitic roots tracing back to Abraham. That's important to remember too. Yes, that's why I bring it up often, bro. Because like, you know, a lot of these people, these Christians, like, oh, well, he was a Gentile. No, he was not. He was of the seed of Abraham. But anyway, let's continue, man. Because I love this. I love this topic, man. I do. Listen, one thing you're gonna find out about me, family. I love history. I will sit in history all day, man. We could talk about history all day. I don't fall asleep. If you put a history class in front of me, I will not fall asleep. Matter of fact, I'll give it to you like this. In high school, this is how I knew that I was just different. I was watching those classes that they give you in high school. It was about I Claudius. I Claudius was this Roman ruler, right? And I did not know why I was intrigued by this story of Rome. I had no idea. I was like, why the fuck do I like this shit, man? I'm from the hood, bro. Like, I don't even like this stuff. But for some reason, I was intrigued by this Roman theology. I Claudius, this emperor that was just, he was like deformed or some shit. And he like had a nephew named Caligula. I'm telling you, family, this is not new to me. I really appreciate the fact that the Most High like guided me to this point. He had the whole agenda the whole time. We're just instruments, man. So enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride, fam. It's the most beautiful thing if you get used by him.
Let me try this map. Maybe this map will work a little bit. And check out the website. Oh no, that's not the map. I'm gonna show you that one in a little bit. Let's see this one. No, I'm gonna show you guys that one a little bit too. Well, let me just get that one because honestly, I'm gonna waste time looking for another example. I'll do my best to control it. Okay. So anyhow, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't see how there could be massive amount of boats that would be able to just do that. Okay. So why would we go that route? It makes no sense. All right. Now let's continue. It says here that okay. So it says, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Another thing, mankind was already dwelling in Africa. And this kid that was saying, "Oh, well, Africa's so big." No, come on, man. There's maps that show. And look, remember the Egyptians, the Canaanites, the Cushites. What do you think they were? So, plus, on top of the fact that if they're free to go in the Persian Empire, why would they go to another empire so then they can be enslaved? No, that would make no sense. So the only way this would make more sense would be a further country where never mankind dwelt. Well, at that time, there wasn't really not many people traveling through these areas. I mean, there were some kingdoms, but not many. And then from proof of the fact that we see a lot of similar customs, similar names in Mexico and South America, where the people in India, like the Raramuri. Oh, here, I'll show you guys in case you guys haven't seen it. This is a trip. Now, I'm not saying, all I'm saying is we traveled through there. So it makes sense that we would have gone that way. Watch this. Raramuri of Chiuwa. Sorry, Chihuahua. I think that's how you spell it. Oh, my bad. I was off. All right, so look. Watch this. These are images, right? You can see this here. Look at this. I don't know what was that. Right here. Okay, I get. Oh, here it goes. See, this is the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Well, watch this. The Ramuri of Chihuahua. Look at that. Boom. The Raramuri of Chihuahua, the Ramuri of Chihuahua. Now, again, what this means is that we had to have traveled to those areas. Plus, remember, it says Joktan in the other map. Let me see if I can get it. Hold up. Hey, I'm glad you said that, brother. I'm glad you said that. And here's the reason why that didn't happen to me. So let me read what you're saying. Edifying, I appreciate everything that you do. It's not a lot of brown or indigenous channels that want to talk about history. Now, I'm not saying this to take credit at all, but I want to point something out. They all want to talk about gangs having a seat in hip hop distractions. So, I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco. I came to these northern parts when I was around 7 or 8. And as I grew up, my family is very traditional and shit, but we're from the city though. Like we're from Guadalajara, like the city, right? And what I mean by tradicional is like we still keep our ways no matter what. And, when I came here, I'm very proud of where I'm from. I was reminded that shit didn't matter. But what I did notice was that every time that I wanted to know about my gente, my so-called cultura, it was about lowriders, khakis, and fucking dickies, and you know what I'm saying? All that shit. And I'm like, bro, that's not raza. Like cholo freestyle and gang banging and shit. That's not Mexican. That's not who we are.
So that's why I didn't get caught up in that, because it's not in my spirit to. I don't give a fuck about that shit, because that's meaningless to me. That those people complain about the white man and all that kind of shit, but you are what they made you. You are what they made you. I give a fuck more about history and what exactly is going on, because I think that at the end of the day, that's what matters the most. The facts that the Most High is dealing with the remnant is of us, North, South, Central America before colonizing is it's all connected, as we are scattered throughout the four. Yeah, for sure, bro. Sure, and I showed it already. And here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. People will never give you that chance. They're never going to accept it. Never. I'm gonna tell you this right now. No matter what we bring out, no matter what I bring out or what we bring out, they'll never accept it. There's only 4 people watching this shit right now. Right? This tells you that they will never accept it. So it's not up to them to determine what you're gonna accept. Don't be like this Anahuac Fierro shit. The guy said he's Fierro. He said I'm acero. I'm Fierro, but he don't want to hit the link. Come on, man. I thought you were Fierro. You flaked on your own people, if you have those. It's that shit, man. Come on, bro. Y'all need to really understand who your history is. Matter of fact, let's just say with it, we don't even bring up the Bible. I'm still bringing out a lot of history about who we are, and you're just focusing on some dumbass shit. Damn, bro.
Map. Jocktown, here it goes. Okay, this is more of a newer map. And you see it says here Jockton, Jokton, like Yucatan, Arfashad, Persia, Elam. You see? This was their kingdom. All of this was their kingdom. Okay? So the 10 tribes have more likely gone this way for security purposes, because of the Persian Empire understood that they were free. Okay? So obviously, as we were walking through, a good chance that we would have picked up some customs. Then it says here that they made that. Let's see, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land. Okay, meaning in Jerusalem, because we're falling off. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place, right? This place here. Narrow place of the river. For the Most High then showed them signs and still healed the waters. All right, so now this is where it gets tricky. Okay, so they go here. Oops. All right, here goes. I'm getting a little better. So they go here. So they pass the Euphrates River, and then God shows them signs, and they say to a further country where never mankind dwelt. So watch this, guys. If you go further into this map, you pass India, you pass China, and then you deal with like an area called Tartary. These guys came later, by the way. But then you see this, Arsareth. Okay. Then you see Arsareth right here. All right. The same thing you see here. Now watch what this one says. Arsareth. 4 Esdras capítulo 13. Isio tribuil se fore Totarorum, yeah, it's Italian. Tartoro, Scaith. It's just mentioning like places, people that the Scythians right here, Tartary or Tartar, the Syria, the area, look, Tartary, right? Remember, this is a later book, later map, not that in the times of, because we left, first of all, Assyria conquered us in about 700 BC. We left then about 535, 538 BC, give or take. So this is way later. And but Here we understand that it's called Arsareth. Now, I don't know what it would be called at that time, right? But that's the understanding of it. Now, when we look at this, this makes more sense because as we keep reading further, watch what happens. For the Most High then showed them signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. So, are we talking about the Strait of the Anian? Or the Barren Strait. Now, we were told that, oh, yeah, it's because, the ice melted or the ice froze. But, when we left Exodus, he also opened the namely a year and a half, and the same region was called Arsareth, same region. So what's a region? Okay, so watch this. I'm going to get my Webster's Dictionary 1828 book. Watch what it says. Region. Region means a tract of land or space of indefinite extent, usually a tract or considerable extent. It is sometimes nearly synonymous with country, sometimes with country. It says the inhabitants of a region or district, right? A part of the body. So it says here, for through that country was a great way to war. I'm sorry, for the Most High then showed them signs for them, and still held the flood till they were passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region, meaning the same section, right, is called Arsareth. So if the entrance of Arsareth is here, and he held the floods for us, then it would only make sense that he would hold the flood for us there. It's about a 50-mile walk. I mean, excuse me, not a 50-mile walk, but 50 miles. Okay? Now watch what this says. This is another map. More colorful. Look, it's the same one. 4 Esdras, capítulo 13. Tribus Sephirah, I guess, or Zephyrat, or I don't know what it says, something like that. Totaroru, I don't know what. But look, Strito di Anian. So again, for through that country was a great way to go. Which way? All the way this way. All the way this way. So now he holds the water for us. For through the Most High showed him signs and held still the waters, right? So here he held the waters out. When we were walking, he's showing us the signs. And then it goes, for through that country was a great way to go. Namely, a year and a half in the same region is called Arsareth, because there's a great space to walk through. Right? If Arsareth is here, give me a second. Arsareth is right here. Here's the entrance of Arsareth. So it would make sense, so close, why the Most High would hold still the waters, and why it was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, because you consider the length from here to here, and then all the travel to America, all the way down to where we started migrating, mostly here. Okay, and here's why. Verse 46. Then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come. Whoa, let me read it again. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come. Watch this. Okay. The highest shall stay the springs, meaning hold the waters of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude of peace. So the only way that this scripture makes sense for us is, first of all, you got to understand Arsareth is here. So we could not have gone first. And okay, so Arsareth is here. All right. He held the waters, and then he held the waters again. Now, are we going to go back into our land in this way? I can't call that right now. As far as I know, the Messiah is going to return, right? That's something that I can dig into. But as far as my understanding from what we're sharing here right now, that we didn't take no boats around Africa, okay? That's stupid, because that takes forever to go around. Plus, that region, right? This was conquered by other countries, other people. They would have enslaved our people. Our people aren't dumb. We would have at least made sure not to go that way. If anything, we go this way. Because why? Because no one ever dwelt in these lands. And if they did, very minimal. Plus, we would have protection all the way up to this point. And then we go up here. That is not that far. Now, the great way to go, that's pretty far. So when the Most High holds the waters, that rock right there, if you're going to walk from the top of America, from Alaska, all the way down to South America, that's about a year and a half. Okay? And then on 47, it says, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. And you know that it's not, I mean, this is not a stream, but it's a river. It's pretty big. It's part of a sea. Okay? So now, let me go to Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. So we can get an idea as to if it's prophetic that we were going to come here in the first place. It is. Look, watch. It says, his glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of the unicorn. This is the tribe of Ephraim, okay? With them he shall push the people together to the end of the earth. And they are the 10,000 of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. And it shall call the people unto the mountains. There they shall, okay, watch this. And Zebulun, he shall rejoice. Zebulun in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tent. Okay? And they shall call the people unto the mountain. Now, I was shown, I'll show you with you guys, that Zebulun was the Mayas, and Issachar the Aztecs. And the Issachar was when they sacrificed, they would blow the horn, and Zebulun would come and sacrifice with the Aztecs, or the Mayas with the Aztecs. That's how I was told, okay? As of right now, all I'm showing you is that the 10 tribes were going to be pushed to the end of the earth, okay? Now, Deuteronomy 6 and 8, watch what it reads. Deuteronomy 6 and 8, and it says, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand. And no, that's not it. Revelation, what am I talking about? My God, sorry, guys. Revelations 6:8. It says, and I looked and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the 4 parts of the earth, the 4th part of the earth, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. Okay. Now, why am I bringing this up? Watch this. This is from a book called Geography Rectified. Give me a second. Watch what he reads right here. Here goes. America is the 4th part. Watch this. According to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancient divided the whole earth into 3 great parts: Europe, Africa, Asia, and Africa, to which now added a 4th, America. Again, a 4th or 4th part, like Revelation. It says, I'm just going to get to the point. And it was given power, and it was given unto them. Oh, I'm sorry. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth to kill with swords, and with hunger, and with death. Did they not come from the end of the earth and kill us with the sword? Did they not take away our resources, and now we're being in hunger? Are people dying at the border? Are people dying here too? Our people are poor. So-called illegal immigrants, they can barely make it. They're not getting paid that well. A lot of people pay them less because they know they're not quote legal. And with the beast of the earth, what is that? You know which one? Started 2 or 3 years ago. Are they not? Is this not happening here in this continent? Look, watch. This is from a system geography, a dissertation of creation and various phenomena. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Tartar or Tartary, right? Tartar. Muscovite, 3 million square miles. But this is a weird part. In Europe, there's 2.7 square miles. Africa 10. I'm sorry, Asia 10, Africa 8, America 9. So how could these guys have 3 million plus 604,000 and about almost 800,000? Almost what? More than 4 million in square mileage. So that means what? What we were looking at earlier. These guys ran all of this here. Tartary. Tarsia. Tart. You see Tartary, I think it's in the other map. Yeah, Tartaria, right? And if this is an entrance, the 12 tribes, look, they're still naming them. America, right? Pars, Nova Ars Pars. I got to look up what that word means. But as you can see, look. See that, guys? So the 10 tribes God held the waters. They crossed over in a year and a half. So it wasn't necessarily ice like on the floor. It was the Most High. And I know that people won't be able to wrap their minds around it. Look, watch. This is what they say, because apparently we came from that region. As for the original of these people, right? It is most probable that they did descend from the Tartars, if so be that the west side of America be continent with Asia, or disjoined by a very small strait, as this described in some maps I just showed you, where Russia was, right? But now, Spanish and all of that stuff. It says here, watch this. But their numbers are much wasted since the Spaniards' discovery. For some authors affirm that they put to death about 50 million of the natives in less than 15 years, and that the blood of those that perished in the mines where they were forced to labor weighed more than all the gold and silver drawn from hence. Wow. All of our.
Hey, you know what, brother? I appreciate that, man, because if you think about it, none of those guys have proven a damn thing. Black people said that we came with them around Africa, right? That's what they said. They said we came around Africa, we shipped around Africa. Hold on, let me go back to your point. Persian King Cyrus had Semitic roots. Yep, that's why. That's matter of fact. Isaiah 51:1 told me everything, bro. That's how come I liked what you said. Persian King Cyrus had Semitic roots tracing back to Abraham, because if you read Isaiah 51:1, watch this. I'll show you, bro. I'll show you. You see, this is where I'm just saying, man. I listen to the Most High as best as I can. I'm not saying I have the word, but I'm pretty damn freaking close, bro. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I think I am. What's it? Hearken. Isaiah 51:1 says, "Hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness." Right? And I mean it, bro. Like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to share with y'all like what I know and what got me to this point. And people either want to listen, and I'm willing to share the milk, but nobody wants it. So I'm like, who's gonna ever ask for it? Because I have it. I have the milk. It's right here in my pocket. Some people say, well, F your milk. Yeah, well, that means F your Bible. F the scrolls. Because if you say F the milk, then that means F the scrolls. Because it's kind of like saying, I don't want to listen to Christianity, so F the Bible. Well, then F God. Because that's where he's at. Because without the Bible, then there's no God. Without the Bible, then you're an atheist. Anyways, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Pay attention to that. Hearken to me. You mean listen to me. Meaning like pay real close attention because I'm going to say some really important shit. You that follow after righteousness, meaning like you that want to do the right thing, keep the laws, not sin, not lust, be a good man, good husband, raise your kids right, like be able to harness your thoughts where your thoughts don't take over you, where you don't just go think of something, you're just like, nope. Listen, family, this is what the scriptures are talking about. We were at that point at one time where we could control every thought that came out of our mind. So it says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, because the Lord, there's nothing that controls those thoughts. He controls his own thoughts. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, into the hole of the pit where ye are digged. You want to know why it says that? Because Abraham, when he was cut out of that mold, that man listened to him. He didn't hesitate. Look unto Abraham, your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. Now, I understand y'all want to follow the Meshiacha. I get it. But he's not our father. The Meshiacha did not spit his sperm and produce himself, okay? So you got to understand what you have to read. There's a difference, and you have to break down these understandings of scriptures. You can't just go about letting white people teach you the Bible. Isn't that what they came to tell us? And I mean by tell us, meaning like till our mind, tilling. You know, tilling? Don't think I'm stupid. Let's continue.
Anyhow, I'm basically, I mean, it's a short class, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go too deep on this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Let me give you guys one more. Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 7. Why all this then? And for this cause thou hast put fear in thy heart to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity, for we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before thee. So this is why all of this is happening. Our job as brethren is to find out and give y'all more answers that can give us a much more clarity. Because for some time we were told that this is who we were, that we were Africans and that we came here. Well, One West needs to teach that in order for us to be the woolly team. But the simple fact is that they're not Israel. We already proven that left and right. I'll give you one example, okay? Look, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. I'm going to show y'all real quick. This is off the topic, but I just want to prove a point. 28, verse 49, and it reads, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. Watch this. From far. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, okay? So if you guys ruled Europe, you're not far, okay? From the end of the earth, you're not at the end of the earth, you're right next door. That literally is it's a 2-hour boat ride from here, from this point here to this point there, okay? Literally. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. That's not far. From the end of the earth, that's not the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flieth, well, you guys had the eagle. In Grenada, you guys had, look at where Grenada is, almost by Africa. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. You guys spoke Spanish, French, Portuguese, Dutch, German, English, what else? Prussian, Russian. How in the world could verse 38:49 even apply? And then you say, well, it was in 70 AD. Oh, well, that even makes no sense because it can't be another nation from far from the end of the earth. That's where the eagle flies, maybe the eagle part, but they can't because Rome conquered and he was in charge of Jerusalem. and they knew who they were because even Paul spoke Latin and Greek. And it says a tongue that thou shalt not understand. So however you slice it, One West, you're done. All right? That whole 12.
Family, not only that, in Acts 2:5, it clearly says that the Jews spoke Roman. So if they're trying to say that the invasion was in 70 AD, that's a lie. So see, this is why we have to really focus on what we're teaching and what we're learning. Because you can't say that Rome took over Jerusalem in 70 AD when Deuteronomy 28 is a derivative of that story. Because Deuteronomy 28 says that a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, a tongue that you shall not understand, but yet the Jews knew Latin. Make it make sense. Don't let these people teach you the scriptures. We need to learn them ourselves. And we need to help each other out. You see, I'm not saying I know everything. No, I'm looking for brothers that are digging in the Bible like me, so then you can help me understand the Bible, the scriptures, the role too. It's our book. Let's help each other out. This is not about us. Oh, I'm the teacher. I'm the leader. I know more. No, man. I'm looking for brothers that understand what I'm talking about too. Because y'all have the spirit. I just need you to wake the hell up. Fuck, man. I'm getting mad at you guys.
Tribe, that 10 tribe that came through Africa, that's a lie. And the only reason y'all did it is just so you could say that we look black. And that's the saddest thing in the world anybody could do. And you know what? Hey, man, the Most High has recorded everything that y'all have been saying and teaching our people wrong and correctly. Quite frankly, this makes more sense. Why? Because why would we go that other route? Why would we go that other route? It makes no sense. And then you would need tons of boats in order to do that. Okay? So, anyways, with all that considered, guys, like I said, it's a short class, man. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to go all crazy with this, but other than that, let me play a song for you guys real quick, and then we will call it a night. Give me a second. Let me find one. I hope it was edifying for everybody. I know I went pretty quick on this, guys, but quite frankly, this is not a topic that really needs a lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? It really does not need a lot of attention because
Nah, don't listen to that. I had something else to share with you. Let me see this.
So if he opened the floods for us,
Stop it. Let me see something quick. I even want to show this. Nah, I don't want to do that. All right. So anyhow, I think we are about done. Let me check one last thing. Oh, no. I want to show you these two videos, and then we're done. Because I think that once you guys understand exactly what's going on, then you're going to prepare your family and shit. Because you got to prepare your family, man. I got to prepare your family. Stuff that's going on right now, it's pretty fucking hectic. And if you guys cannot see through the actual purpose,
no one is telling you the real reason.
Here's the real reason why this is going on over there. Okay. I'll tell you why this is going on over there. But before we end the night, let's prepare you for the war. Because I think this is really what's going on. This is what I believe that really is what's going on. You have a, because remember, Russia, China, and Iran deal with each other, okay? They all deal with each other. They're not oblivious to each other. So let's listen to this and then we'll call it a night. It's about a 10-minute. Let me speed it up. And then I'll play some songs and that's it. That's it. Let's go.
The real reason.
By the way, look at this guy. This guy looks Mexican. So whenever negros want to ask you, like, hey, what a Mexican? Why are you Mexicans all over the floor? Bro, look at this guy. The fuck you want to see, man? Oh my God, you guys are simpletons. BHI needs to shut the fuck up and just put the white, just get out of here, bro. You guys are not helping nobody. You're not helping your own kind. You're not helping our gente, for sure. I know what you want. You want that booty hole and shit. That's what they want. Stop lying, man. This is what every BHI clamp tells you. If the woman don't believe, just get another one. That's what you guys believe in. You have no respect for the women at all. The mothers of our children. And then you wonder why you fucking create bitches like the ones that you hate. The fuck is wrong with you, Kanan? Stop lying to people. You love our women because you can't make them. And when you try to make them, you can't recreate them. This is why you hate your own kind. Because you hate yourself. It's a fucking sad case.
That's why Israel attacked Iran. And that is on purpose.
Israel has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities.
But this war didn't start this week, last month, or even last year. It's been a war 30 years in the making, not with bombs, but through narrative and the unrelenting obsession of one man.
In the case of Iran's nuclear plans to build a bomb,
time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
So why did Israel attack Iran now? And what is the real reason it's been warmongering for the last 3 decades? The answer lies in control, diversion, and the grand plan to remake the region to ensure Israeli superiority and dominance. It is 1992. In Jerusalem, a younger Benjamin Netanyahu was a member of Knesset for the Likud party. He makes what seems to be an outlandish prediction. Iran will have a nuclear bomb in the next 3 to 5 years.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Choose by Hims, you can regain your hair and...
But at first, no one takes him seriously. Meanwhile, the Israeli Labor Party is in the midst of negotiating a peace deal with the Palestinian Liberation Organization. The right wing is terrified of that prospect because it would ruin their vision for greater Israel. They wanted to spoil the talks, so they resort to fear-mongering to divert attention from peace with the Palestinians to a bigger, more dangerous enemy. And Iran is the perfect boogeyman.
As head of the conservative Likud party, Netanyahu himself became the face of the opposition to Oslo.
But when that didn't work, the Israeli right assassinated Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Since then, Netanyahu and the Israeli right have utilized that tactic over and over and over again.
Iran lied. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months.
they have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
Always the same thing. Iran is a few years away from a nuclear weapon, which as we know has been a lie. But what explains this obsession with Iran? Well, there are 3 reasons. 1. Control. The psychology of Israeli society is built on fear. And the surest way to shift public opinion in Israel is to tell them they're on the brink of annihilation. And in the case of Iran, it's nuclear annihilation.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
Netanyahu has carefully and deliberately crafted the narrative since the 1990s, weaponizing the Israeli psychology of fear and the idea of a second Holocaust, and to paint himself as the protector of the Jewish state from impending doom.
A targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
It has been this way in which he unites Israeli society behind him and gets them to fall in line. His government is about to collapse? Iran. Corruption charges? Iran. Two-state solution with the Palestinians? But Iran. And this brings me to the second reason, diversion. Netanyahu has consistently manufactured the threat of Iran's nuclear bomb to divert the world's attention from Palestine, the same way he tried to do in the early 1990s. See, Netanyahu is the longest-serving Israeli prime minister ever, and has been in power for the majority of the Oslo negotiations era. He has done everything in his power to destroy the prospect of a Palestinian state. And during his tenure, Israel has only colonized more Palestinian land and constructed a system of apartheid in Palestine between the river and the sea. And here's the thing. Netanyahu would almost refuse to speak about Palestine and Palestinians. Instead, he would focus on Iran at his speeches in the UN, in interviews with the media, and in his meetings with world leaders. This was deliberate. He wanted everyone to forget about Palestine, to relegate the Palestinian cause to a minority issue within Israel, rather than a people fighting for liberation and self-determination. So he needed a credible and scary enemy to rally the world behind, and that was Iran. This failed when October 7th and the genocide in Gaza made Palestine the #1 issue in the world. And recently, a tide was turning as Gaza was being starved. Countries that are some of Israel's closest friends were now being critical. There was talk about recognition of a Palestinian state, and even the talk of sanctions. But that's what Netanyahu did, what Netanyahu does best. A few days later, Israel attacks Iran, and these countries are now trumpeting the same old-age line: Israel has a right to defend itself. And Netanyahu's tactic of diversion worked. Attention went from Gaza to Iran.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion.
But see, there's more to all of this, and that's the third reason: domination. In 1996, a group of American neoconservative advisors, at the behest of Netanyahu, put together a plan to remake the Middle East in driving regime change in every country that was hostile to Israel. This plan was called the Clean Break, and the list included countries like Libya, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. Through the powerful Israeli lobby in the US and connections to factions in the American deep state, Netanyahu and Israel have directed American foreign policy for the last 30 years, dragging the US from one war after another.
Well, it's part of a 30-year effort. This is Netanyahu's war to remake the Middle East. It's been a disaster. It continues to be a disaster.
We've seen a clear pattern emerge. Every leader that was deemed a threat to Israel has eventually been removed through war, sanctions, or regime change. Now that Gaddafi, Saddam, and Bashar were out of the way, Iran was the last country standing, because it is the strongest opposition to Israel's hegemony in the region and the pursuit of the Zionist dream of Greater Israel. With a weakened Hamas and Hezbollah and a supportive Trump administration, Netanyahu saw his opportunity to finish his grand plan: topple the Iranian regime. This would secure Israel as the preeminent power in the region once and for all. Following the Iraq playbook and the manufactured threat of Iran's nuclear bomb, Netanyahu and Israel attacked. And now we're watching this war unfold that is in reality a disguise for regime change and Israeli supremacy in the region. So what now? It's important to point out that Israel never had the military capacity to destroy Iran's nuclear program or effect regime change. They always needed the US. Their strategy is to entice the US and the Trump administration to join the fight so they can finish the job.
Nuclear facilities are deeply buried, hard to target. You cannot believe that you can destroy them all.
And it's a big question whether or not the United States should be involved in this, especially in places like the facilities in Fordow and others.
So what do you say to the US right now and President Trump?
I think it will be in everybody's interest.
The main pressure on Trump so far has been domestic. His MAGA and America First constituency are anti-foreign wars and are against the US joining Israel's war against Iran. There are many scenarios of how this can play out, and a lot of them are contingent on the US and other powers in the region. But whichever way this goes, it will be consequential in shaping the future of the region. But in the meantime, this is what we know: Netanyahu will not stop until his obsession with Iran is materialized.
So let me remind you fuckfaces that want to show up to this channel and shit and want to challenge this thing. Matter of fact, what RSK was like, he said to me, yeah, well, you're a white man because I see your DNA and it came out of this and then that. Well, guess what? My DNA put me right there in the Levant, so-called. And yet you disregarded the fact that it was showing that you accepted that fucking DNA concept of the Levant, but you ignored the fact that the DNA also showed that my bloodline's been here for more than 2,000 years. You're a fuckface, man. You're a little fuckface, bro. Like, you know what I mean by that? Like, you're weak. You're a weak ass man, and you want to submit yourself to some huevos and shit. Because apparently, you just want to be something that you're not. And maybe that's the problem with you, bro. Nobody's asking you to be who we are. No one. Absolutely. You simpleton. Matter of fact, RSK, man, if you're still there, come on, hit the link again, man. I'd like to talk to you. Let's see how dumb you are right now. Let's see if you have a concept of what you're talking about. Because you probably don't even know about this shit right here, do you? Let me remind you, man. And all you guys that support that BHI shit, bro, y'all are lost. Let's listen to this. Hold on, let me that's right. It doesn't do that right away. Try something quick. That's not it. Hold on, fam. Do this again. Here it goes. Hold on. Get the window up. Going on. Remember what these people are saying. Remember what they're saying.
Lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes, lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes. Los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes, lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes. Los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes, lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después la termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, del racismo.
Hold on, fam. Has that not happened to our gente? Did this not happen? He said exactly what's going to happen. At the same time, when the Palestinian brothers and sisters over there are going to get attacked, you motherfuckers going to get attacked too. And they're going to be mad discrimination to the point that they're going to deport your ass. And guess who's doing it? Stephen Miller. Them fuck faces. Oh, but hold on a second. You still going to believe the 12-tribe chart? Brother, you're not listening to your own history. You're not paying attention. What the fuck is going on? Silly dogs, man.
Que es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después la termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, del racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas. En Estados Unidos, que es un criminal.
You guys have no idea what is going on. No, you listen to dumbasses. Hold on a second. Let me go back to my chatter and shit. Where you at? This guy right here. This fucking guy right here. He says, hit the link. Where's the link at? I said, the link is right there. Then you show up, and then what happens to you, bro? You disappear. All of a sudden, now you don't want to talk. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have nothing to say. Bro, listen, man. If you're trying to represent your own people or whoever you're trying to represent, then, bro, you need to come strong, man. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Listen to this. Okay? That's not me saying shit. This is them. These are these Khazars admitting to shit.
Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data.
So I want you guys to remember that curvature, okay? Because the guy that came over here, he talked about my DNA, and I'm gonna just express some things because black folks want this DNA. They want that shit. They want my shit. They want it. They want it as bad as they want. And then you have RSK trying to come over here and talk about me being a white man. But yet, oh God, he focuses on this shit, but he don't realize that my DNA showed that I've been here for a long time. So guess what, RSK? We're gonna embarrass you for your stupidity. That's exactly what happens when you don't know who you are. You fucking beaner. You ain't no Native American. You're a Mexican. And you hate who you are. Because you didn't even call yourself that shit. You call yourself a Native American because a white man made you believe it. And you want to come here and tell me that I'm full of hate. You stupid.
From both biblical texts and archaeological data. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait. Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur, and that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that, they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern, as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if we look at Syrians, we have the same kind.
Sorry, fam. Apparently it does that whenever I hover over the video. Ah, man, that sucks. Yeah, I'll forward it. Hold on a second. I'll get to this point right here. Okay, sounds good. I got you. I got you. I got you. Got you. Stick around, fam. Don't be mad. It's all good. I mean, it's hurtful at first, but eventually you find out that, you know what, ain't that bad, man. It ain't that bad. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just have to submit to the knowledge. That's it. That's it. Hold on.
Look like. Now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe. So there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting tomb painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork. And because of the way in which it was preserved in the dark, we still have them. And they can be reconstructed with some clearer colors, as you see in the bottom image here. This is from 1900 before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with Hebrews, and they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which would come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrians and the Iraqi today. Here we have finally a picture where we can say these are definitely Jews. This is a part of the Lachish reliefs that were commissioned by the Assyrian attacker of Israel, who displaced many of the Jews out of the land of Israel to Assyria. This is in the period of time which is associated with the 10 lost tribes. They looked a little bit more like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a famous Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic individual in popular culture. They looked probably a little bit more like Middle Eastern people.
Welcome to.
Oh, that must hurt somebody's feelings today. That must hurt somebody's feelings today. Oh, shittery. Shittery. Hold on, let me see what you got going on. Carnal, I have a question about the siege of Masada, Cherokee men were the only ones that escaped and bring the gospel to the India. I don't know about that story. Bro. You got me on that one. But if you have some more knowledge, man, bring it out. I would love to hear what that's about. Let me say one thing to my gente real quick. I don't never talk about shit that I don't know about. I don't do that. Never will you hear me talk about shit that I don't know about. Hold on. Oh, okay. It didn't download. Okay, hold on a second, real quick.
A Yasharel, al que busca estar directo
Download
con
this
Dios.
shit right here. I want to show this video. Oh, it doesn't want to download it, huh? What's weird? That is so weird. As a matter of fact, here's what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll do it a different way. Hold on a second. Not do this. Let me actually show you guys. For some reason, it's kind of acting awkward shit. So here's Telegram. Here's the message.
A Yasharel, al que busca estar directo con Dios. Esa es la respuesta. Más preguntas. Dime, Mónica. Ya voy, Emi. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho.
Can you guys hear that?
Dime.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Meshiacha y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
Did you guys hear that? By any chance or not? Let me know if you heard that. Maybe you didn't. Because this, like I said, I am not in my space. Hold on, I still got another video to show you. I got one more video. Because you want to know something? And I know that, what's his name? Yeah, RSK. He's a hater, bro. And he wants to assume that we all look a certain way and shit. I'm saying, like, it's typical stuff, man. You guys are just haters. But I will tell you this. I believe that we have a connection with the people over there. And my brother's daughters, at least in my family, maybe it had to do with the woman that he married, but a lot of my nieces look like this. Okay. And my daughters have big eyes, straight hair. So if you guys believe some shit, then whatever, man, it's all good. You know what? But I'm gonna show you something at the end before we finish. Because you know, the guy said, like, you're a white guy. Your DNA shows that you guys from the Levant and shit, whatever. RSK, bro, you stupid, bro. You just done your own self done wrong. Listen to this. Give me a second. Good.
These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't want to be politically correct. No, every human matters. Alice in Bethlehem matters. Yasmin, every single girl that is being killed, Maryam that is still surviving, and every day I check her father's Instagram to make sure that Maryam and her father and her brother are still alive and giving us that feed from Gaza. These people are not only equal. I'm done with being politically correct. We are more important. We are the indigenous people. These are the indigenous people. These are the Semites of the world. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. The ones that are being massacred by people coming from Poland and most recently from Brazil, from the United States of America. These people are invading Palestine, this whole land, and killing the indigenous people. And if you want to talk about racism, and if you want to talk about superiority and supremacy, I think people who have survived 76 years of all kinds of persecution, they are way more important than myself, George, and anybody who's been entitled and have dual passports and have been, spoiled all their lives. They are.
So we have to tackle this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the votes, come on, family. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. And let's go here real quick. This is the last video that I'm going to show you. Because I'm sick and tired of you fucking Canaanites trying to talk some shit. Hit the fucking link, man. I always tell y'all, man, you got something to say? Come say it. Come say it to us. Come say it to me. Come say it to a brother that knows what the fuck he's. No. I want to make sure that you guys understand. Hate is very clear and obvious. And before we go, I'm telling you, family, I'm going to say this to all you Negroes. Every single one of you black folks that fucking seem so proud and shit. You guys had slaves in 1492. You fought for the Confederacy in 1865. You had slaves for a long time. There was no such thing as toe-tied chart shit. There's no such thing as transatlantic slave trade. The willingness letter is a fucking lie. Okay? There's no perpetual slavery. None. You guys were indentured servants. Let's get this fucking straight. We have documents, fucking books that show that you guys own slaves. Why the fuck do you attack other people that never really owned slaves? You maybe 10? Some fucking racist bastard that was in Mexico? But nah, you're gonna ignore your shit, right? I want you to listen to this ignorance. This is done, bro. We're sick and tired of your bullshit. You guys had slaves. Y'all had slaves. You're black colonizers since 1492. Since 1492, Negroes had slaves. Go fucking tell your own dad what you did wrong.
So you will not sit here and try to lie and downplay Native Americans owning black slaves. Here's one from the Smithsonian about how Native American slaveholders complicate the Trail of Tears narrative, about how the Trail of Tears, the real story is about how many black slaves passed away. Because everybody who's a native who had slaves, I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the black slaves who had no choice. And even the curator for the Museum for the American Indian is talking about how many of his ancestors and natives owned slaves, like John Ross, who was the Cherokee chief at that time. And they even crushed slave rebellions, so they stopped us from getting our freedom. Happened for over a century. You're saying only 20,000? You're full of shit. And did you know natives had sundown town rules, black codes? Oh, you didn't know that? They would even buck break the men and violate the women and force the women to have native children, native and black children, because a lot of them, the native men would force themselves on black women, violate them. And I am a direct descendant of those people. So please, spare me the bullshit.
Fuck off, fuckface. Okay, because let me say this to you. If you're really ballsy, let's see the text message. Let's see the post. I said, I see how you removed my earlier comments. Guess facts don't matter to you or kind. Well, let's debate this topic and let's see who the real, hold on. Let's debate this topic and see who the real fucking original colonizers are. If this is your funk ass fool, feel, froggy, oh man, I ain't even gonna try to do this. I'm saying some shit. All right, so let's get this to the point. What the fuck are we talking about? So all of a sudden now we had slaves? We had slaves? We had Negro slaves and shit? Did these people forget that in 1828 that the Mexico totally tried to get rid of slavery? Let me check. When did Mexico abolish slavery? Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking shit. You funky fucking Canaanites, bro. This is why I don't like you motherfuckers, bro. Look at this shit right here. What does it say? It says Mexico officially abolished slavery twice. First in 1929 and again in an exception in 1837. What's up, my Negroes? Unless you want me to show you the plethora of fucking slaves that you had, let's hear your black consciousness. Okay, so let me see what you're lying about. Look, that guy right there. How Native American slave complicated okay, sounds good. Who is this guy right here? The new exhibition of Americans at the National Museum of the American Indians prompt a deeper dive in historic truth. Okay, let's go. So are we going to forget the fact that you guys had slaves since 1492? Let me ask you a question. I'm calling all you African Americans out right now. I'm asking you African Americans, please. Come on. I know you hear my shit. African Americans, slavers, colonizers, please try to claim to be the Hebrews. Tell us that you guys did not do this. Tell us that you never had slaves. Come on this channel and tell us that you never had slaves. And see, RSK thinks like, I hate Negroes. No, hell no, man. I put it all across the board. You see, you hate white people. So does that other little funky-ass Ricky Ricardo guy. He hates white folks. But he don't realize that Negroes are fucking his family the entire time, robbing them and stealing from them. Well, I guess maybe that's what you are. Or maybe that's what you like. I don't know. Everybody has a weird way of being. So let me remind you of who the fuck I am, okay? Let me show you who I am, because we're about to finish. Apparently, because you know what I'm saying, man? I'm telling you, family, that these guys don't care. They don't care about what we do. They just want to come here and talk shit. My sister asked me, like, is this a good ancestry to use? I think it is, because I'm going to show you something real quick. Oh, let me see. This is where I did my DNA in. Okay, let me see. Can you guys see it? Yeah. All right. So this is where I did my DNA with. Okay, so hold on a second. I guess beauty, and then let's see. Where is it at? Wellness. Oh, unique traits. Okay. So right here. Let me start right here. Body odor. Okay. So this is the so-called body odor that people like me should have. So when I did my DNA, I didn't realize that it goes really deep on this shit. And I did it a long time ago. So like I have access to a lot more stuff than probably people will get access to when they sign up to this shit. So in this DNA, it says that I have little to no body odor. So let me tell you something. I don't smell. I don't wear deodorant. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Fuck all you stinky bastards, bro. You guys all smell. I don't wear deodorant at all, bro. At all. I don't smell. I don't even fucking share a funk. I have no concept of that shit whatsoever. Okay, so then now there's another one. My DNA either shows up brown or blue. So I don't know what the fuck that means. But DNA shows that I am very likely to have brown eyes. But you see, this is what I fucking stood out to the most. This is what stood to me the most. The fact that I don't have odor. And you want to know something? I don't. My family knows that. All of them know that. Matter of fact, my son envies that shit. He's like, how come I didn't get that from you? I don't know, man. That's your mom. So let's go to the DNA. Since you want to look at me and judge me and shit. Here it is, RSK. I'm still 91% of the Americas. Fuckface. Now, recently it says I'm 64% Mexican. You see, at least I am willing to do my DNA. You can't show your shit because you're afraid to find out who the fuck you are. Matter of fact, I taught you that you're a Mexican. And that's the sad part. So now here we see that I'm 92% of the Americas, predominantly from South America, right? So they say I'm Quechua, Inca, Aymara. This is why I went deep into my, language. Okay? So now here's where it gets interesting. This is where he says, you're a white guy. You're a white guy. You came up from the Levant. Oh, no. Let me go back. Before we go there. He's like, you're a white guy. You came from the Levant. Okay. You see that year? 1870. So now I'm going to go all the way down. Oh, no, not that. I'm going to go all the way down. So it records from that year to 245 AD. That's about 2,000 fucking years of tracing the lineage of who I am. And even then, I'm still of South America. Fuckface. You understand what I'm saying? But no, you focused on the haplo shit. You're like, well, you're from the Levant. Whatever, man. See, this is how stupid you are. This is how I know that you are a Canaanite. You ain't Raza, homie. You got so much hate for our people. Now I know that you ain't our gente. Because guess what? This is what my haplogroup puts me in. Remember I told you guys the curvature? Remember I showed you guys where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob sojourned? Remember those videos that saying that those guys, that they look Hispanic? Well, that's where my forefathers come from. Right there. So then he says to me, you're not our people because you come from there. I'm like, well, are you not a Hebrew? Because I'm a Hebrew. That's what I'm teaching. That I come from the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I didn't need no DNA to teach me that shit. I found out way before. And when I did my DNA, then it fucking confirmed it. We can go back to it. Let me show you. Let me show you real quick, in case you forgot. Because a lot of you guys forget. Do you want to put me in some fucking foreign location and shit? See this right here? 1870. And by the way, when you guys text me messages or call me by my name, don't call me Caesar. Next time you guys do that, I'm gonna block your shit. I don't go by that fucking name. Don't do that again. You see this right here? You see this right here? 1780, 1695, 1695, 1470, and then it skips. It skips, right? So that means it traced my bloodline all the way back to this land. I'm still Peruvian, fuck faces. And then it said, but technically, my father's line. And you guys focus on this shit right here, right? But you don't realize that it came from there. Because if you want to use the DNA, let's say we use DNA. You see what that means? It came out of here. If we want to go by the concept of Africa. Right? So before I go anywhere else, you guys want to put me over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not doing that. It's not doing that, family. It's not doing that. Don't come to my channel and act like you don't fucking know what I'm talking about. Don't go do that shit. I've been indigenous to my land. And when we traveled over here, I've been indigenous to that land. I've been indigenous to the land of the Bible. My heritage is strong. And I'm always going to show my people who the fuck we are. As envious as you fuckfaces want to be, I don't care, man. It don't matter to me. So you let me know. As a matter of fact, you try to keep convincing our gente that we went around Africa. You keep doing that. Before you guys go to assume who I am, you need to really reflect on who you are. This is not in Europe. And if you guys believe in the whole DNA shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm showing you because I did it. And you guys say I migrated out of Africa. Okay, well, guess what? From this branch, everything's spread out. You guys are silly dogs, man. Stop messing with the wrong people. So anyways, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Play some music, end the night. Maybe this is too aggressive. Maybe I'm just being too... Maybe I'm just being too... how can I say this? What's the word? My mom used to say that. Inconsiderate. I'm sorry. Maybe I am inconsiderate. Do you want to know why I'm being inconsiderate? Because you have no respect for yourselves. You have no idea who you guys are. And you prefer to listen to idiots. Please don't do that anymore. Please, family. Let me see this. Loki, is this why the Armenians are preferred to be under the Mexican umbrella than... I don't know about that. No. I don't know about that. Well, I mean, let's see. I have a question. You asked a couple good questions and shit. Check him in. I'll look at some of the stuff you're saying. I'm not saying that I'm 100% correct, bro. Come on, man. Nobody can say that, dude. Nobody can say that they're 100% correct. I can only tell you what I know from experience, from me breaking down the Bible, from like going through what I go through, from having my family here with me, from the fact that they're actually like not. I mean, come on. I don't want to boast about the stuff that happens in my home, but my children actually do keep the commandments, man, and they're very reserved, and we're a tight family. And we support each other. And my oldest daughter, who's 22, she ain't hoeing around. Like, I have a 24-year-old son. It doesn't apply because he's autistic. So, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't apply, but I have a very strong feeling that he would have kept the same way. And the two little ones, like they're the same thought process. A lot of us can sit here and say, yes, we believe in the Bible and we believe in God and we do this and do that. None of my kids celebrate birthdays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's. None of that shit. None of my kids celebrate that. And you want to know something? We have a great life. Now, do we deal with families that do those things? Yes, we do, of course. But do my kids ask for those things? Nah, they don't. They never ask for those things. Here's the reason why the scriptures talk about why you shouldn't do that. Because at the end of the day, it's not where you're born. It's when you die. Because people remember you. At the end of the day, when you die, everybody remembers what you did. That's why Job talked about that. Job talked about that, and the Bible said, man, I don't want to remember my birthday. I want to remember you guys when I die. Why? Because that's when you understand that you left a legacy. It's like you got those dudes that they want to be a good dad on Father's Day and shit, and they're horrible the whole entire year. You guys know that shit is real. That's not a lie. It's real shit. I don't want that. That's what I told my daughter and my son. I told every single one of them, listen, do you know what Father's Day is? Is the day when I'm about to die and I can feel comfortable, like I've done everything right, or at least I try to, and things are good and this and that, and you guys can say, Dad, don't even trip, man. You're gonna be all right. Take that next step. You took care of us. You've done well. That's what I care about. That's my Father's Day. What is yours?
Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number for everything? Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro.
¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Call it with a farmer soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sit on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light. Some love them. I Rastafari my life. Some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior. Warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bombo, clack, you, Lego. Not so really easy. No. You nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey. La. You man a tribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte
este mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream moves on. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream moves on. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is Key on the studio, respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh, la 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 la. When I can just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura, somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica, Gambino mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde, si quieres mi machete te muerde, si quieres mi machete te muerde, te muerde, te muerde.
Hey, più nigga on a microphone, studio of Kion, gangsta song, Marina Komova, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower, climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Marina Komova, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower, climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Escucha a Dios si aún estás por este mundo, voy a robarte tan solo 3 segundos. Quiero mandar tu mensaje muy profundo y pedirte disculpas por si me confundo. Soy un humano más que vaga en estos páramos, que se pregunta qué pasa si nos amáramos. Pero la guerra nos separa, así que páranos y únenos de nuevo, por favor, como quisiéramos. Ve al humano maltratar a su mujer, divisa al pueblo roto por su falta de poder. Sigo viendo al niño muriendo sin comer y al rico atragantarse tan solo por placer. Quedamos pocos mensajeros del honor, fieles servidores del humano con valor, nobles narradores de palabra con amor. Solo faltas tú para guiar nuestro interior. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Marina Komova, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Sé que no es fácil nadar en estas aguas, ni mantener el rumbo en este sin razón. Sé que me quemo si camino en la fragua. Este es mi deber cuando recibí mi don. Podría hablar sobre coches y dinero, pero no quiero, por eso soy la voz del guero. Prefiero mantener mi arte mensajero, luchar junto al humilde para destruir el clero. Unos tienen tanto y otros quieren tan poco. Esta melodía me está volviendo loco. Pido a Kion que limpie lo que toco. Él destruye el muro en el que normalmente choco. La tierra muere y morirá callada. Creaste un suelo de arena malgastada. Nos diste ciencia y eso no te avala. Ella da respuestas, tú no dices nada. Sé que mi fe no va mal, pero aquí debajo todo sigue igual. Luchamos por vivir algo que es normal. Por eso lo divino jamás será mortal. Oh, my nigga, feel the rasta, you nigga, no my nigga. Hey, escuela, haciendo fresco lo que siento desde el alma. Nego, lo siento. Lo sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. Marina Komova, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Marina Komova, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Represent, I know where you see the from president. Oh, gangsta
champion general flower. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Claim the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over, it's a champion general flower. Listen, my reggae music is lower.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he
referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tanto delito, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos baisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De cote con el Quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hablé de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón. Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Agua, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 GPO, GPUcas. Guanas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023. Ey yo, ey yo. Somos la santa carnal. Los machilones de la plaza. Oye, DJ donde que en los scratches. Desde alzada mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye. Viva México, cabrones.
Mesta isukame Claudia Shemo ya utayu. Shabete ya komara javeni. Kana pokayue. Tita pero yemu que ak.
De donde soy, no nos rajamos. Cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano. Que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from, no nos rajamos. And what we dream of lo realizamos. Gran paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia. Pueblo querido que no se me olvida. Aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos
nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras, rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oído dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotes esos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suenan los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
No más acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
Día con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
y cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.